So, first of all, we're gonna introduce the speakers later, and then we're gonna do a brief overview or introduction of what Focus has done over the last 30 years on the issue of how we've challenged the U.S. empire and how we've also tried to defend the multilateral order and make sure that it remains democratic and participatory, and also challenging the corporate influence within the multilateral order. And then after that, we will proceed to the actual discussion with our panelists. So we've also prepared a few guide questions for that discussion. And then afterwards, we proceed to the open forum. So our audience could ask questions to our panelists, or give comments and further insights and reflections on the issue. And then finally, we ask our panelists to share their final messages. And then my colleague Rohan will then summarize the discussion. So, yeah, without further ado, I would like to introduce our panelists. And as I introduce them, I request them to please sit in front. Oh, and can we add, how do we, oh yeah, that's just 3 chairs. So, to call on our first speaker for this panel, we have Herbert Docena. So Herbert Docena holds a PhD in sociology from the University of California, Berkeley. He is a professional lecturer in sociology at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He used to be a research associate with focus on the Global South from 2002 to 2009 as part of its Peace and Security Program. He is currently working as one of the founding members of Partido Socialista, a newly founded socialist party in the Philippines. And he has only recently just been elected president of the Rural Poor Institute for Land and Human Rights Services, or RIDES, and which is an NGO focused on land rights in the Philippines. So let's give him a warm round of applause. Okay. Our next speaker is Surichai Wun'Gaeo. Professor Surichai has been a sociology professor at Chulalongkorn University since 2009. He completed his postgraduate studies in Tokyo and has held academic roles, including director of Chulalongkorn Social Research Institute and Center for Peace and Conflict Studies from 2010 to 2023. He has taught internationally in Japan, the US, and Germany. He served on Thailand's National Health Commission from 2014 to 2019 and is now chair of Thailand's UNESCO Committee and vice chair for Asia Pacific. He was active in peace campaigns during the unrest in southern Thailand and was part of the National Reconciliation Commission in 2004. His research focuses on development, sustainability, social movements, and Japanese studies. So a warm round of applause to Professor Surichai. Yeah. Our third speaker is Boaventura Monjane. Boa holds a PhD in sociology from the University of Coimbra. He is a research fellow at the Institute for Poverty, Land and Agrarian Studies at the University of Western Cape. BOA's research and interests focus on agrarian movements, rural politics, food sovereignty, climate justice, and corporate accountability. He has actively engaged with agrarian social movements, both locally and internationally, collaborating with the National Union of Peasants in Mozambique and the International Secretariat of La Via Campesina. BOA also serves as the editor of the Grassroots Voices section in the Journal of Peasant Studies and is the Solidarity Program Officer for West Africa and Haiti at Grassroots International. He is a member of the board of Focus on the Global South. Our fourth speaker, who is joining us online, is Kamal Malhotra. So Mr. Malhotra is a seasoned development expert with a 46-year career spanning the UN, international NGOs, and the academe. He co-founded Focus on the Global South together with Walden, and held senior roles at UNDP and as UN Resident Coordinator in Vietnam, Malaysia, Turkey, and New York from 1995 to 2021. Since retiring from the UN, he continues to consult internationally, to teach, and to write. He has held academic roles in Boston University, Nalsar University in India, and Tepav in Turkey. And he was honored with Vietnam's Order of Friendship in 2021. He's widely published, including as lead author of the book Making Global Trade Work for People, which was published in 2003. And he is currently working on a new book, The Real Global South, to be published in 2026. He has contributed to over 150 publications and remains an active public intellectual and speaker. Okay, so round of applause for Kamal. Our last speaker who is unfortunately unable to join us in person today but has sent a video presentation is Varsha Gandikota Nelutla. Varsha is a policy advisor and activist from India. She serves as co-general coordinator of Progressive International, a global coalition with a mission to unite, organize, and mobilize the world's progressive forces. Varsha leads Progressive International's policy pillar called Blueprint. She's also the founder and executive secretary of the Hague Group, a coalition of Global South countries advocating for accountability under international law, especially in the context of Israel's genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people. Academically, she holds an MPA from Princeton with training in political economy, critical theory, and feminist politics. Her past roles include working on a global reproductive justice campaign at Women Deliver in New York. Her work focuses on global justice, debt and economic fairness, internationalism, and human rights accountability. So later on, we will be playing the video presentation from Varsha and her solidarity message as well. So yeah, with that, we then would like to, before we engage with a discussion with our panelists, we give an overview, no, of what Focus has done on the issue of confronting the U.S. empire towards a new multilateral order. So over the past 30 years, Focus has actively participated in broad anti-imperialist movements. Various staff members were part of collectives that organize anti-war demonstrations and conferences across Asia and Europe. At the turn of the 21st century, Focus was responding to the major political upheavals that were caused by the 9/11 attacks, especially the U.S. war on terror. Together with allied civil society personalities and parliamentarians, Focus staff, including Herbert, had then organized peace missions in Basilan, Baghdad, and Beirut. And these peace missions sought to obtain an objective view of the conflict situation on the ground and to show solidarity with the people who bear the brunt of wars and military aggression, and to amplify the voices and experiences of those that are often, of the people that are often drowned out from the mainstream international discourse. Focus was also part of the World Tribunal on the War on Iraq that drew in compelling detail the portrait of an illegitimate and unjust war that was perpetrated by the US government and Bush's coalition of the willing. Focus did not just oppose US intervention in West Asia, but also Israeli settler colonialism and military occupation in Palestinian territories, as well as Israel's attempts to establish regional hegemony perpetrated by continued imperialist support. In the early 2000s, our staff members were able to directly engage with frontline movements like Hezbollah and Hamas, with the goal of countering the imperialist portrayal of these resistance movements as terrorist organizations. Today, Focus collectively works with different people's organizations, social movements, and a broad rainbow of anti-war networks to condemn and organize solidarity actions towards ending Israel's genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people, its illegal military occupation of Palestinian territories, and the complicity of its backers from the global north. This we do as we continue amplifying calls and demands for peace, justice, self-determination, and the liberation of Palestine. Complementing Focus's work against imperialist aggression, we have also challenged the other pillars of the U.S. empire, particularly expansive capitalism and neoliberal globalization, as we have already heard from the previous panel. Focus has also pushed back against the influence of corporations and of the West in various multilateral governance spaces and institutions, such as the UN Secretary General and the FAO. We joined social movements in consistently exposing the corporate interests behind false climate solutions, and we supported the consolidation of a global movement to oppose the Food System Summit that further entrenched corporate control in global food governance. While resisting the corporate capture of the multilateral system, Focus has also engaged multilateral human rights instruments and has worked with various UN special rapporteurs to support activists who have been facing systematic rights violations from states and corporations. Focus has continued to develop its analysis of how the US empire has evolved over the years, especially in light of major geopolitical and economic shifts in the global order. What we're seeing now is the erosion of the key pillars of the US empire. The imperial economic strategy of expansive capitalism has been beset by multiple crises. US military intervention in various countries and regions has reached a point of overextension, as Walden Bello has referred to it, with mounting opposition to US military expansion, both domestically and abroad. Lastly, the ideology of neoliberal globalization, as we have also seen from the previous discussions, has been delegitimized owing to their failure to deliver on the promises of equality and prosperity for all. In response to this perceived erosion of empire, what we're seeing now in the US under the Trump administration is what has been referred to as defensive imperialism, characterized by tariff wars, racist policies against non-white migrants, unilateral military and economic actions, and the divorce of the United States completely from collective efforts to address the climate crisis. So that is the context that we are in now. And so given that sort of characterization of the US empire as being in retreat and with the goal of rebuilding a fortress America, as we like to call it, I would like to start off then the discussion with a question on how we characterize the U.S. empire as it is now. And I want to direct this question to Kamal. How would you characterize the U.S. empire now in light of the major geopolitical and economic shifts and transformations in the global order that are underway? So, Kamal?
Thank you, Bianca. Can you hear me?
Oh. We can't hear you.
Yeah. Well,
Kamal?
can you hear me?
I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
We still can't hear the audio.
Hello?
Okay. So maybe we try to fix the technical problems. But in the meantime, maybe we
Hello?
can hear from our other panelists first on their initial thoughts. What do you think of that concept or characterization of U.S. imperialism as being in defensive mode? And could you share your own, how would you characterize it in your own words while we're waiting for it? Okay.
Hello? Excuse me. Okay, first of all, I want to say that I'm really thrilled to be here. Can you hear me?
Can you hear?
Hello?
Louder, please.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say that I'm really thrilled to be here this afternoon. It gives me so much joy to be with my former colleagues and to be here with you in this moment of celebration and reflection. Responding to Bianca's question, I think that's a really important question. I'm not sure I would agree that it's an empire in retreat. Let me put it bluntly. Maybe it's retreating in certain ways, in certain areas, but I would see it as an empire in transformation rather than in retreat. Like it's a recalibration of an imperial strategy. Hello? In the ways that you already described, Bianca, what I would say is that at the moment we are in what I think is the most consequential transformation of the world order since 1945, if not 1918. And I think we're really in uncharted territory. Like every day you open the news and you find Trump or Putin or whoever doing something that you thought you'd never imagined would happen, like even just a year ago. And so I feel like, of course, we need to use the frameworks of the past to make sense of what's happening today, but I think we should also be humble enough to have the intellectual humility to admit that perhaps what we're seeing today is something totally unprecedented. That our old concepts for making sense of it, for grasping what's unfolding before our eyes, that they may not be adequate, and that we might need to come up with new ways of trying to understand the present. I'd stop there so that I can give my co-panelists the opportunity to expound as well.
Thank you, Herbert. Yes?
Hello. Hello.
So, look, I was born in 1983 in the middle of a 16 years long civil war in Mozambique. And because that war was supported by the CIA, I did not want to know anything about the US up until I come across works from Focus, particularly Professor Weldon Bellows' work, which I guess helped me, close that knowledge gap, because my focus was on European imperialism, being someone from a country that was colonized by Portugal. So my knowledge and understanding of the US is kind of incomplete because I've for long ignored the US imperialism. But I come to realize that, knowledge about the global imperialism is incomplete if you take out the US. And I think to do justice to your question, I'm going to just read something that I wrote down just to avoid go to different directions. The United States long considered the unchallenged architect of the post-World War II liberal order is undergoing profound internal and external disarray. Observers have described this period as an interregnum, borrowing Antonio Gramsci's term for a historical phase in which old certainties collapse while new hegemonies have yet to consolidate. Domestically, this manifests in what some identified as a fascist moment, a confluence of rising authoritarianism, deep political polarization, and the erosion of democratic norms. Economically, tariff wars, financial instability, and structural crisis reveal the limits of the US-led neoliberal model in terms of foreign policy, interventions across Middle East, Latin America, and Africa, coupled with shifting alliance and strategic retrenchments, signal a system in flux. So this turmoil within the US empire has global ramifications. For the global south, including Africa, it presents both risks and opportunities. Existing dependencies on US-led institutions may be destabilized, yet new forms of multilateral cooperations, particularly South-South solidarities, may gain traction. So I think that this current moment that we see in the US, I think it's goes well with that, the Gramscian concept of interregnum. I do believe that the U.S. empire is, experiencing a moment of, I guess, defeat. But also, I think that the new multilateral order has yet to be born. And I have something to say about the BRICS, but I will leave that to later.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks, Boa, for mentioning about the new multilateral order. We will definitely discuss that a bit later, but maybe we can hear from, do you have something to add, Prof. Surichai, on this issue?
We use the word U.S. empire. Was it the key word? U.S. empire. What do we mean by U.S. as adjective of that empire? My sense is that the domineering or dominated power of the world, the structure of capitalism, certainly anchored over there. But now we see the USA only through the window that we see the face of the man called Trump. Does he really represent, to what level does he represent the USA and the US empire? My point here is why I fully support the post-Second World War order, international order, in this array. And I fully feel that, but it is also the logic of the capital and the logic of state power and the logic of people's power in the USA are still need to be taken as a platform of our engagement. So in that sense, my point here is that we are certainly need to focus on some aspects which are very critical to us. I follow you, but I also would like to highlight autocratization wave in the USA. Democracy, but autocratization of the systems. And any system of accountability in the USA are being eroded, are being undermined. With the judiciary, with the parliamentary, and with the media. So my point here now, I would like really to push that the issue of talking about the erosion of this US empire need really to be looked a little more closely. How those forces that need to be a part of exertion for the role of that country or those people to be a part of the living together in this planet. Trump does not have that sense of living together as a real stakeholder, but rather, so in that sense, I really feel the issue of erosion of empire, yes, but we still need to really engage more, and I'm more with Monjane that the issue is more how the countervailing forces are being organized, and are they ready enough to engage in new questions, new territory that we are not familiar. I would like to highlight the digital world where we should be able to engage better, while, as you know, some discussion, some collaboration among Trump and Elon Musk somehow broken somewhere, I don't know, but that's how I see it.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Surichai. So along those lines, I would then again like to direct the question to Kamal. And I think some important additional points that were raised were that by our speakers is that how this is actually a very unprecedented moment in history. And the question, the point that I believe Dr. Surichai raised on whether this is actually just a Trumpian moment, or is it something that we will be seeing? I mean, this what's happening with the U.S. empire, the changes that are happening, is it something that we will expect to see also in the long term? And I want to call Kamal to also share his insights into this discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yeah, so the gradual decline of the US empire.
So sorry, Kamal.
Can you unmute me? Hello? 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 Hello?
Yeah, yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, so I was saying that the gradual decline of the US empire has been evident
Apologies for
more and
the.
more through the, but it has significantly accelerated under Trump 2.0. Hello? 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 Yeah. So, hello. In fact, the US empire started declining long before Trump 2.0. It started declining at the time of the Asian and the 2008 economic and financial crisis. But it has accelerated much more so in the last 7 months, since January 2025. There is only one overall beneficiary of this decline, which is the People's Republic of China. The US disarray has been caused by multiple weaknesses, foremost amongst which are the contradictions in the patterns and processes of financial globalization unleashed by the Nixon shock, delinking the US dollar from the Bretton Woods gold standard to get the rest of the world to finance the US's twin budget and trade deficits in 1971. The buy-in of both Republicans and Democrats since Clinton to this Wall Street-led financial globalization has really created a political and economic crisis in the US with the big bailouts that happened under Obama after 2008. This, together with the low and medium level US deindustrialization process caused by the relocation of manufacturing and global supply chains from the US to China, caused by financial globalization, which created billions of footloose capital unconnected to the real economy of goods and services, laid the seeds for the MAGA movement, the deglobalization far right white supremacist movement, which Trump has capitalized on. The unlikely and uneasy coalition between MAGA and libertarian white supremacist techno feudalists from Silicon Valley, such as Thiel and Musk, have given Trump both the people base and the money base for his populist MAGA campaign, which is fast undercutting everything that was great in the United States. For example, academia, research, and the tech sector. So I'll stop here, but I hope you were able to hear me. Please let me know. Hello? Hello?
liberal order. It's the elites, both from global north countries and global south countries, who have largely benefited from this neoliberal order. But the traditionally been understood to refer to countries and peoples that have historically been deeply disadvantaged by the neoliberal order. But now we see that a number of countries from the global south, particularly the ruling elites within these countries, have actually reaped significant economic benefits from the neoliberal order, and therefore cannot be expected to mount strong opposition to this status quo. So in this context, how do we sort of make sense of or redefine what or who the Global South is? And I would like to first maybe address this question to Professor Surichai, if you could please share your thoughts and insights on this.
How old I am now? I am almost useless. Thank you. The issue is Global South. May I mention that our experience in this Global South as a word almost have no place in our understanding of the mainstream, in the mainstream academic circles. It's only when we start to have the recognition that, okay, Focus would like to have a home here. I am not exaggerating, because the word itself out terminologies around. When you ask me about the Global South, the power relations in the world of academia, power relations in the world of development, power relations of framing, how to frame development as it has been going on. I think that recognition of that power were not much strong around here. So I say this in the light of gratitude to be able to be a part of hosting, to be a place where we can work together. So, but the word Global South, while in some way ambiguous, but in many ways, it has become vehicle of our learning in this campus, as well as for Thailand as well. So when you ask me, I just would like to contextualize myself and Chula in the context of a very, say, unfamiliar, there are many areas that our relationship to the world were somehow defined by having Focus around here. To be true, Focus is not that huge, but allow us to get to be friends with the core issue is unequal power relations, where they are powerful in framing our academia. And specifically, when we talk about our official organizations, we have CITO, we have, not CITO, we have all this kind of, say, state-centric framework. But Focus is a new kind of research, a new kind of organization, new kind of engaging with the world. So I think I just would say this in the light of how to your question. I do not get lost along the way. So in this unequal world, a university in Thailand only learn about the unequal power relations in the academia and vis-a-vis the people through the presence of focus. Okay? Yeah, now may I mention a little that with this, the issue is not only to look backward. The question is to, now we are 30 years and how we see this in the light of our relationships and how this can be for the future. I still feel that we have really to, for Thailand, for our region, I really would like to see how this relationship could be more tapped into, how to empower the worsening situation for the earth, for the not only specific countries, but our commons, so difficult to engage. And along that line, I just would like to end my answer to your question in the light of how to frame, the world is beyond the usual state-centric, but frame it in the light of human living in the worsening nature that we have not been responsible enough. So along that line, I would like really to push that, not only looking forward, but the sensitivity of our sharing the same earth and sharing the same responsibility if we can engage like today. How can we do better? Because the framework of power too much defined by different kind, rather than our sense of how can we together really engage in a transformative reflection and agenda ahead. And I just ended here now.
You want to? Okay. Herbert?
Thank you,
Thank you,
Achan.
Surichai.
Surichai. First of all, if I may just go back to the earlier question before I answer this, because I realized listening to my co-panelists that my earlier remarks were too summary. I think what I want to say first of all is that I do actually agree that the US is in decline. I agree totally with Walden that it's been defeated in Iraq, in the international arena. But to be in decline is not the same as to be on retreat. You can be on the attack precisely because you're in decline. I think what the US is trying to do, one way to make sense of what has been happening is that the US is trying to manage the terms of its decline. And we're seeing the emergence of these challengers to the US, Russia, China. I think this is the most important aspect of the contemporary order that we're seeing. It's the emergence of these new challengers to the US. And what we're seeing is this what looks like a great power confrontation again. But I think it will be on a very different form. Now, to address the next question, the Global South, the rise of the Global South, how do we make sense of it? I always thought that there was a productive ambiguity in the term Global South. There's a tension there that is constructive, but also sometimes confusing. Like we always some people refer to the Global South as to all these countries that are developing countries. So it's synonymous with developing countries. But others, including myself, have always understood the Global South to be a non-geographical reference to all of the oppressed peoples in the world, not just to everyone in China, including the elites of China. I don't see them as belonging to the Global South. I think the Global South includes only the working class, the working people. I thought that's actually a good phrase that was used earlier. No? In part, that was because that was in reaction to the limitations of the old concepts that we were using, like the global proletariat, right? The peasantry and so on. We needed new concepts to capture the complexity of the relations of forces that we're seeing. Now, I think what's been happening in the last 20 years is the emergence of, if you want, for lack of a better term, the bourgeoisie in the developing countries. In the Philippines, in Thailand, in Indonesia, what we've been seeing is the rise of this new capital. The Ayalas, the Charon, the CP group here in the Philippines, no, the San Miguel, the Aboitises, indigenous capitalists that are, if you want, indigenous capitalists that are becoming more and more powerful vis-a-vis the traditional capitalists from the core imperialist countries. You will be surprised. I was totally astounded when I found out that, in fact, the Ayala Corporation, I don't know if you've heard of the Ayala Corporation, it's one of the largest conglomerates in the Philippines, has its total assets is bigger than the GDP of 90 countries. That's how big capital, Ayala Corporation has become. So you see the emergence of this big bourgeoisie, if you want, in developing countries like the Philippines. And what they are trying to do, as I understand it, is they want to use the nation state, the Philippine nation state, or the Indonesian nation state, to be able to advance their own interests as capitalists competing with the other capitalists of the US, of Europe. And that is precisely why I think it's important for us to redefine this concept of the Global South. When we say that we are for the Global South, we are not saying that we are for the Ayalas, no, or the Charon Pokpans here in Thailand. No, because that will help us imagine an alternative to these to empire that is different than the one that they had in Bandung, no, in which you had these nation states from the south competing against the nation states from the north. We want a different alignment of forces at the global level. And I think, in fact, I was hoping that this is what we can talk about more. We can go on talking about what is the nature of the US empire. We can spend like a week, a month, talking about the new configuration that we are seeing. I think what we really need to talk about is how do we counter this empire? And I'm hoping we can have a more fruitful discussion on that question.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Herbert. Actually, I was moving towards that now. Because we've been talking about the U.S. empire, characterizing it, and what have been the implications of that reconfiguration on the global south. But alongside the retreat of the U.S., the changes that are happening, the transformations that are happening in the U.S. empire, is also the crisis of multilateralism, which has been widely recognized as having been, deeply influenced by corporate and Western interests, which, as you said, Herbert, is one of the challenges, to really mounting of building solidarity across what we traditionally understand as the global south. So in this context, maybe the first question is, because Kamal is also here with us, and I know that he has to leave in a while, I want to direct the first question to Kamal. And since he's been working for a long time, he's worked for a long time with the UN. How do you see the future of the UN in this context where we're seeing a deep crisis in the multilateral order?
Yeah, thank you. Before I speak on that, let me just say...
Oh, sorry. Kamal, we can't hear you again.
But people are saying they can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, so I think it is timely and useful to reflect on two propositions. First, that the UN is perhaps facing its most challenging crisis since its founding in 1945 because of the undermining of both its charter and functioning by some of the UN's most powerful founding member states and some other member states supported by the former. But second, that notwithstanding these challenges and its imperfections, the UN still remains the world's greatest and most enduring hope for the provision of global peace and security, human rights, and global public goods. The UN Charter's principles and values are timeless and as relevant today as they were in 1945. While some important amendments are obviously necessary, any attempt to start an entirely new process of creating a new charter or building a new organization to replace the current UN would be a mistake and result in mayhem. And I think that the three main pillars of the UN, peace and security, human rights, and development, have stood the test of time and they are integrally linked. So we need to transform the UN uh, to address the huge challenges of the 21st century. And the world cannot even begin to hope that these multiple and often interlinked crises, whether it be of climate change, whether it be of transnational violent extremism, whether it be of um, artificial intelligence governance, can be addressed without or overcome without a reaffirmed, albeit a renewed, transformed, and revitalized United Nations for the 21st century. And I don't think South South solidarity or South South cooperation so far has shown that it can substitute for this. The BRICS are essentially the biggest and most visible example of South-South cooperation. But as I think Walden already said, they are I believe that the real global South is really the oppressed peoples of the world, not the elite who are there in the BRICS. And the BRICS now, with the exception of Brazil, are by and large an illiberal group of countries, including having a UN International Criminal Court designated war criminal Putin, as well as autocrats like Xi and Mr. Modi, and a smattering of strange new members and bedfellows. This can hardly be the basis of South South solidarity and collaboration. The same can be said of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and their inability of the South to unite even on Trump's tariff wars in the World Trade Organization as they used to 25 years ago for the Doha round, and which caused the breakdown of the Seattle and Cancun WTO ministerial meetings, is no longer happening. So what we have is ASEAN divided. We have the South-South solidarity is very weak. China, an illiberal state, is leading, and India is deafeningly silent for the most part. So what we need is a like-minded coalition of middle powers in Europe, like France, Germany, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, together with Chile, Mexico, Japan, BRIC members, and others who should be prioritizing filling the fast growing liquidity and financial crisis left by the US in support of an appropriately adapted and reformed United Nations. They need to put their money where their mouth is when they plead allegiance to the UN Charter above all else, as the European Union just did together with Mexico, Brazil, and India in the corridors of the high level segment of the UN in New York this week. So we do need South South solidarity, but right now it seems very weak. And the real South are the peasant movements and the oppressed, whether they be Aboriginal Australians or the Dalits of India or the Native Americans in North America. So we need to strengthen those coalitions. We can't accept the BRICS as the representative of the South because it is essentially an illiberal sort of grouping now. But we do need to support what Brazil under President Lula is trying to redefine as a more activist, non-aligned sort of movement. I'll stop there. I don't know. I hope you could hear me.
Yes, thank you, Kamal. So yeah, I think the points that were raised by Kamal is also, I mean, when we talk about multilateralism, we're not just referring to state-centric, multilateralism and the alternatives that, a lot of movements have been trying to articulate in response to the failure of the Western-dominated and state-centric multilateralism is something that involves the oppressed peoples who have been largely disadvantaged by the neoliberal order and by the U.S. empire. And so, and I think this also connects well to what Herbert was saying a while ago, where, the changes that we've seen, where we now have a lot of, the homegrown sort of elites who are more interested in maintaining the status quo, are not who represent the global south, right? What we mean when we say the global south is essentially the working class peoples and the peasants and the indigenous peoples and many others who have been disadvantaged by the current world order. And so, but of course we have to face the fact that those reconfigurations have happened. And so, given the massive sort of geopolitical and economic realignments that have happened in the Global South since the Bandung Conference 70 years ago, I want to ask to Boa, what do you think are the prospects for South-South solidarity, which Kamal was also mentioned a while ago? What are the prospects for South-South solidarity and cooperation today towards building a more democratic multilateral order?
Thank you so much. Before I go there, I'd like to say something about the defeat of the US, if you like. I was in New York and Boston very recently, a few weeks ago, and one can feel that internally the US is also in war with itself. So it's not just about the retreat or the defeat of the US in relation to the external world, but the country is actually experiencing a deep fever, and the state is actually, acting against the working people of the US, racialized people of the US. And I think that this poses an opportunity for the Global South to build an anti-imperial agenda and project with folks in the US. So this brings me to the concept of, and I will come back to your question, to the concept of the Global South. I think it's clear that's not a geographical thing. It's an anti-imperial South, and that we do have Souths in the North and Norths in the South. So, for instance, the BRIC bloc, as much as it gives some headache to the US, I mean, we can't ignore the fact that it gives some headache to the US. It has its own limitations, especially regarding what some of these countries do in their region, not only internally, but in their region. Like the US is a little sub-imperial, South Africa, as good as they are, and as they took Israel to court, all of those good things. But they also play some sorts of like sub-imperial role in the region against the people of Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and so on and so forth. And South African corporations, which are not small, they're big, and they're connected to London-based corporations, go for resources in Mozambique, gas, and so on and so forth. So I think it's, this issue is really very, it's more complex than what we can, just see as, black and white and so on and so forth. But I think that we need to support this BRIC project as well, because it gives us some oxygen to at least reimagine how, US, European and imperialism could at least be given a little bit of headache. So your question, I think that, I've been thinking about the concept of popular multilateralism, inspired by the work that social movements have been doing globally. Because, these things are not new. People have done things in the past, in Bandung and so on and so forth. The World Social Forum, which is in crisis, I don't think it has disappeared, but it's in crisis and so on and so forth. But people have tried to come up with global platforms of solidarity to confront, Davos and so on and so forth. So I believe that if we have to think about, different type of multilateralism, it has to be a multilateralism that takes into consideration not just a consultative approach, but into consideration the ways in which social movements imagine, can capture the imagination of the working people. Here, we're talking about like workers, peasants, and those who are not lucky enough to be exploited by capital. Those are people that are in the margins of sites of production and so on and so forth. And imagine a class project that can incorporate different kind of expressions between those who work and those who do not work, between those who have land, small pieces of land, and those who have no land at all, between people that live in precarious housing and those who have no roof at all. And how can we imagine a global people-centered movement that can challenge traditional multilateralism and propose a new way of a new way of, because it's true that we do have global issues that cannot be addressed by a single nation. We still need, I think we live in a world that it's interdependent. We cannot, I think, Judy, you said that the climate crisis, for instance, cannot be tackled by a single nation. It's a global thing. So we still need global governance. The question is how to shape a global governance that accounts for the needs of the working people.
Okay. So, are there any additional thoughts from our other speakers on this, and especially on the question of like how do we? I mean, if we talk about this new multilateral order, what should be, like the principles that should guide this new multilateral order?
I just follow my friend. You see, the issue we are faced, oftentimes the response, oftentimes, like you can see from Trump, you just narrow down, become more narrow, focus on your own so-called nationality. But why responsibility, what obligation to work so demands your responsibility as well. So now I would like to follow this discussion by saying that we cannot, we live in this century which the globe, the earth, has been exploited to really serious level through imperialism, through all kinds of exploitation. But the people who bear the cost, the countries who bear the cost, are not oftentimes part of the solutions. And now, how can we have a world where, so I just follow you then. So in that sense, the issue of multilateralism cannot be framed in vacuum. It must be framed in our responsibility to this planet. And this planet also belongs to not only the present generation. And I think with this, I would like to engage the context of the crisis of the earth, of the planet together in the light of what my colleague is mentioning now. Politics of power cannot stop only national level power or economic power. Well, politics of the future need really to be engaged across borders and not stop at the border so that nationalistic tide can occupy that soon and that very quick. So we are faced with this, how to balance our sense together as responsible group of people in the light of these very unequal structures. And for that purpose, I really support the idea of Global South in the light of the present crisis, in the light of the planetary challenge that we just stop at the nation-state framing. Now, how can we deal with this popular definition together in the light of many structures up there? Okay, and I think here I would like to see further how we engage beyond the geographical framing that we have. So I would like really to see in the Global South the next 30 years, starting from already started, I would like to see it grounded in this cross-continental, cross-geographical work that we can engage in policy discussion, as well as our work across specific geographies. But we really need the solidarity of this kind, while the world still easily divided by geographies of nation-state, which we have to recognize. But it is oftentimes over-exploited just for other purposes than humanity's responsibility to the same planet that we have to live for the next generation.
Okay. Thank you, Surichai. Herbert?
Yes, thank you. I agree with much of what has been said. I especially resonate with what Poa mentioned about the need for popular multilateralism. I think we as a movement, we have had many concrete alternatives. Our problem is, how do we realize those alternatives? Now we can elaborate like what we can think of as an alternative United Nations, right? There have been many ideas on how to reform the United Nations, for example. What kind of new institutions we need that can replace the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund. We have many of those proposals, but the question is, why have they never been realized? This is the question. Under what conditions can we actually establish the kinds of international institutions that we need? Now, I remember, for a long time, we at Focus were following the climate change negotiations. And we would go every year to the Conference of Parties. And we had very clear ideas on what needs to happen, what popular multilateralism would mean in terms of addressing the climate breakdown. But of course, they were not going to be adopted by the governments. And yet we were there, marching on the conference hall. But we all knew that nothing was going to happen there unless something changed in our own countries. Because those representatives who would go to Doha, to wherever, to Bonn, they're taking their instructions from the national government. And they were not going to change their positions in Bonn just because there were a group of activists that were going around calling for climate justice. There needs to be political change in the Philippines first before change can happen at the global level. And that goes true for all countries. There has to be change in India, there has to be change in Brazil, in the BRICS. Before the BRICS can become the advocate for this popular multilateralism that we want, there has to be internal political change in all of these countries. To be blunt, there has to be revolution in these countries. Because unless you have that kind of change, these countries will always represent the interests of their elites. So the question for us, I think, not just for Focus, but as a movement, why did we fail in the last 30 years? I hate to say the word lose, but we lost. We lost big time. Despite the victories that Walden rightly pointed out earlier, we lost big time in the last 30 years. The question for us is why? I think I know that this is a big question, there are many answers. I think one fundamental reason why was because we neglected one basic task, and that is the task of organizing. Over the last 30 years, there have been fewer and fewer activists that have been going to the communities, living with the communities, working with the communities, sleeping with the communities, dreaming with the communities. As a result, there's been a mismatch. Now, we produce great knowledge. We're very good at research and analysis. The stuff that Focus on the Global South does, for example, it's a great contribution to the cause. I hope Focus on the Global South continues to do that for the next 30 years. But how much of the knowledge that Focus on the Global South and many others produce, how much of that actually goes to the ground? There's a gap between our ability to build, to generate knowledge, and our movement's capacity to actually act on that knowledge. And that is because we've failed to develop the critical mass of organizers that are necessary to translate, to bring that knowledge down to the level where people can actually be able to do something about that knowledge. I think this is one of the big challenges that we face. Because the result of that, if I may, is that there's been a huge gap as well between us and the communities that we are supposed to be mobilizing. And as a result, the communities got more and more isolated from us, and we got more and more isolated from the communities. And the result of that has been a void that was entered into by Duterte, by the BJP. They've been great at organizing, and maybe that's why we lost. And maybe that's why we are incapable. We can talk all day about the kind of alternative, multilateral institutions that would be great, but without the political power to actually build these alternative institutions, they're just dreams. So for me, the big question is, why did we fail as a movement? Why did we lose? Why did we fail to do basic organizing? Because unless we address this question, 30 years from now, we'll still be here. And we would still have lost. How do we build a movement capable of actually building that alternative world that we envision?
Thank you so much, Herbert. So I think that's a very important point that you raised about how governance at the global level cannot actually be de-linked from governance at the local level. And for that, we need for us to be able to actually democratize multilateral governance systems, there first needs to be a democratization at the national and at the local level. And that cannot be done without engaging and organizing communities that are actually the ones who bear the brunt of a lot of the policies and that are being negotiated in these multilateral spaces. But I think one sort of development or formation that would be interesting also to look at in terms of talking about the alternative and how we could actually, operationalize that vision of more democratic and more inclusive multilateral order is the Hague group. I think there's a lot to learn from that. And because this is the kind of sort of international organizing and solidarity that has not only been very state-centric, but has actually involved a lot of grassroots communities, and including dock workers, for example, in sort of cutting off the support to Israel. So on this issue, in relation to this, and we've also talked about it a while ago in the introduction, one of the biggest and most defining issues of our time, really, that that needs to be responded with through international solidarity is Israel's genocide in Gaza. And the multilateral order, as we've seen, has so far failed to put an end to this and has in fact been complicit in its continuation in so many ways. So in response, as I said, we've seen the emergence of the Hague Group and not just the Hague Group, but many global actions in solidarity with the people of Palestine. So we had requested a video presentation from Varsha to answer the question of how this particular experience could actually help inform our strategies for challenging the empire and building a new multilateral order based on peace and global solidarity. So we will play the video that was shared to us by Varsha.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you joining Focus's 30-year celebration. A huge congratulations to the entire team at Focus on the Global South for this incredible milestone, and of course for being an inspiration to all of us engaged in struggles both in and for the Global South around the world. A huge thanks to the team at Focus for inviting me to speak today, and my tremendous apology that I'm not able to be there in person with you in Bangkok, both to celebrate and to strategize together. I'm here speaking to you from New York, where I'm there for the UN General Assembly, a UN General Assembly that's of course extremely fraught because we're meeting at the moment of 2 years of the Gaza genocide, and at a moment where there has been such inaction from states, even as people, and people from social movements, people from trade unions, people from research institutes, ordinary people like you and me from around the world are placing their lives quite literally at stake in order to break the siege on Gaza. But today I wanted to start my intervention, and I'm going to keep it brief, but I wanted to start my intervention in a different place, not in New York, but in The Hague, almost a year and a half ago now, when South Africa brought its historic genocide convention case to the Peace Palace and to the International Court of Justice against Israel's violations of international law. When I walked into the Peace Palace, into the Great Hall, which is actually not so great at all, it's quite small, but I remember looking around the room and there was beautiful stained glass windows. And I would later learn that these stained glass windows were a $1.5 million gift from Andrew Carnegie, who, as you'll remember, of course, is the billionaire from this country, from the United States. And when you look at these stained glass windows, they're supposed to depict what's called the evolution of the peace ideal. The evolution of the peace ideal that at the founding of the ICJ meant that the conscience of the civilized world was being expanded to the rest of us. The rest of us who in these 4 different panels, beautiful panels across the wall, were still stuck in primitivity. That was something that was quite striking to me, because I looked around and my side of the aisle at the delegation from South Africa that included South Africans, that included Irish lawyers, that included supporters from across the Global South, asking myself, where do we see ourselves in these windows? And of course we couldn't. We did not see ourselves as stuck in primitivity, and we could not and were not welcomed into the origins of this evolution of progress. But when we came out of the ICJ, of this historic case when we were in the room, it was so striking to hear truth being spoken at the world's top court, on the world stage. But what was even more striking was walking out and noticing one single press conference announced by Benjamin Netanyahu. And he comes out to say just one response to South Africa's case: nobody can stop us, not even The Hague. And that complete impunity, that complete belief that the system is not going to be able to touch you, that our existing international order is not going to be able to touch you, is what has fueled the formation and the creation of the Hague Group. I have the great honor of being the executive secretary of the Hague Group, an 8-nation diplomatic bloc that is coordinating legal and diplomatic measures against Israel's violations of international law in Palestine. Malaysia, South Africa, Namibia, Senegal, Honduras, Cuba, Bolivia, and Colombia all came together with a single goal: the end of impunity, and as a result, ensuring accountability. So what did we do? In this frustration of looking at the world and realizing our existing international institutions, whether it's the ICJ, the ICC, the UN Security Council, the UN General Assembly, none of our existing legal institutions, multilateral institutions, could not stop the genocide. We came together in a moment of collective state action. But there was a more moral weight to the three inaugural measures that we had, which were no arms exports, no transit of ports, or no transit of weapons or military equipment through our ports, and third, a respect of both arrest warrants as well as accountability for criminals who had committed crimes under international law, whether they were soldiers, whether they were state actors, and of course one could argue this should apply to organizations and institutions as well. But I believe that there was a much more central element, a moral element at the core of it all, which was a real sense of cutting complicity, that we as states, the 8 states, would focus on cutting the material arteries of the genocidal machine, not on declarations, not on calling for, expressing concern about, condemning instances here and there, but really to enforce both our own legal obligations, but also saying that we would cut complicity, that we would not drench our own people, our land and our labor with the blood of Palestinians and making our people complicit in the murder of our brothers and sisters in Palestine. This group then grew in strength, much to our surprise, from January to July at the emergency conference in Bogota, led by President Gustavo Petro of Colombia. 31 states, a historic number, 31 states came together to discuss the question of impunity, and what emerged was 6 more countries joining an expanded set of commitments. Looking at the Bogota measures, you see that we're talking once again not just of arms exports but of dual use items, of not letting iron and coal from our countries once again be used to produce weapons of death against Palestinians, not allowing any of our ports but also our flags to be used on vessels carrying these weapons of death over to Palestine, ensuring that there's accountability not just in our courts but also in our public contracts, reviewing every single public institution's contracts to cut any that engender Israel's illegal occupation of the occupied Palestinian territories. And joining that initial group of 8 countries were countries like Turkey, countries like Indonesia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Iraq, Oman, Libya. From across the Arab world, from Asia, from the Caribbean, you have a global South coalition that comes together to say this one thing again, that we will not accept a world where might is right. And now at UNGA, at the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025, we convene once again to write for the first time an action plan to halt the Gaza genocide, to move from the rhetoric to the concrete. It's already too late. Everything that we're doing is too late. The Hague Group is too late because we're meeting at a moment that marks 2 years of the Gaza genocide. And still, we believe and we see that we are allowed to be in a moment of declarations. We disagree. As the Hague Group, we believe that it is time for action, and the only thing that should be demanded of states, of even third-party states, is that they do everything in their power to cut, to sever these arteries, the material arteries and economic might of the genocidal machine. In my experience of working and building the Hague Group, a small humble role that I play in coordinating the multiple states that bring this together, is that there's a tremendous potential in Global South collective action, in taking on every single lever within our multilateral system. In my conversations with diplomats around the world, 2 things that I heard repeated over and over, 2 themes that have been consistent over the last 9 months of building this diplomatic bloc. One has been a real deep sense of frustration with the existing multilateral order and a recognition that things cannot continue the way that they exist at this moment, where any declaration, any ICJ resolution and UN General Assembly resolution and advisory opinion, things that countries sign their names onto, are seen as impotent simply because they happen within multilateral halls and have nothing to do with realpolitik, so to speak. And the second, and equally high, is to match this kind of appetite to want to break with the system is a level of fear. There's a real high degree of fear from global south governments, especially in this moment of a new Trump administration, of unilateral punishment. And surely this is not unfounded. We've seen it happen now, of course, with the Hague Group states, with Trump's response to South Africa, with President Trump's response to Colombia, and to many smaller states that have attempted to stick their neck out and stand up for, one could say, not something very radical at all, just international legal obligations that apply to each and every one of UN member states. But yet the punishments come swiftly and strongly. And we've seen this over and over throughout history, of course, when global south governments have attempted to try and take back their own land, their own trade, their own economy. Whether you're looking at a Zimbabwean post-Rhodesian independence government attempting to do land reform and being struck by sanctions by Europe and by the United States, whether you're looking at a new socialist government in Honduras that tries to free its own beautiful islands from crypto billionaires who want to take it on lease for charter cities and libertarian paradises, and immediately are hit by investor state dispute settlement cases, ISDS cases under secret corporate tribunals in the World Bank. Or if you're looking, of course, at big countries like Spain that have attempted to issue an arms embargo against Palestine and are hit by trade fines by the Trade Office in the United States, threatening to impose fines to the tune of $2.4 million per voyage of every ship that Spain denies. So we know that these punishments come. So what is really an antidote to this kind of unilateral punishment that continues surely with certainty to be swung down upon countries? We believe the answer is collective action. In this moment, especially of an unpredictable President Trump's administration, we believe that the only response can be collective action. And collective action in all sorts of groupings, whether you're looking at a BRICS, whether you're looking at a Hague Group, whether you're looking at another bloc that I happen to be involved with, which was a temporary bloc, a transitionary bloc that existed during the COVID-19 pandemic, or health internationalism bloc of small countries that were attempting to produce COVID-19 vaccines from the global south, for the global south, without patents and without being reduced to becoming beggars, waiting for donors and big pharma and global north governments to find a conscience and give them charity, give us charity, but rather produce really our own, through our own sovereign health industry, our own vaccines at solidarity prices that could be sold to the world. So these kind of interesting groupings, whether transient or whether permanent, I believe are openings and cracks in the wall that we must absolutely seize, because only collective action and strength in numbers gives us some wiggle room, gives global south governments some wiggle room, and as a result the people within the global south some room to act, some room to breathe. Because when now the Hague Group is 8, but of course the Hague Group becoming 8 to 15 and 15 to 18 and 18 to 80 means that when the United States or the United Kingdom or the European Union come to punish us, they will only end up isolating themselves, which is of course something that we're noticing now with trade and tariffs in a different scenario, but of course taking on a collective action group like the BRICS elicits a collective response. And I do believe that as research institutes, as global south scholars, that element of collective action is what we have to be looking for across every field of the game, in health, in education, in stopping brain drain, in building our own sovereign industry, in building our own sovereign foreign policy, and in building our own sovereign social fabrics and social economies. Thank you very much for having me here.
Okay, so that was Varsha from Progressive International and the Hague Group. So with that, we now open the floor for, and I would request the panelists to please come back in front for our open forum. We actually have a question and a comment already from online. So first from Bong of the International Institute for Research and Education in the Philippines. This is a comment, I think, to what Herbert said a while ago about the need for a revolution at the national level. And he's saying that the revolutionary mass movement should not be, he agrees that the revolutionary mass movement should not be by the theorists and deliverables community, but of the masses and the exploited. And then we have a question from Professor Shantana. Take the situation of global responses to the Gaza genocide now. Can the spontaneous multilateralism against the Israel government stop such a unilateral act? So maybe we can gather more questions from the audience and then our panelists can respond. So I see Peter raising his hand. Can someone give him the mic? And then anyone else want to ask a question? After Peter? Okay, so we have another question here.
Hello. Yes, on the question of the global South, I always and the different interpretations that we got from Herbert, I always thought, for example, that the idea of the global South as nation states was sort of the third world network position, and the internationalist and Via Campesina version of of what Boa said was South in the North and North in the South was the way we were seeing it collectively in focus and community. Although now I see that we may be losing the global South to the far right in both the North and the South. And so then that brings us to the issue of Herbert saying that perhaps it's because we've become distanced from the communities and the gap is too big, and the far right was doing their organizing work. But I also think that related to that is the failure of the political party / government spectrum from the center right to the center left. So all the way from the Obamas to the first generation PT governments in Brazil to fail to resolve the needs of the population because of their class alliance politics with national elites inside their own countries and with transnational capital meant that, as Walden said, the working class people were abandoned in all the countries and so looking somewhere else. So how does that relate to our failure to organize? I think that what happened is a lot of nominally progressive people in different countries were sucked into the illusion of progressive electoral politics. And many times when so-called progressive governments were elected, became government officials in governments that were actively pandering to the right and to national elites as opposed to attending their own social base, and that gave a very disgusted impression, left working class people in those countries disgusted with those so-called progressive politicians. And perhaps, I'm not sure in countries where those governments didn't actually come to power, but I still think the illusion that they could sucked a lot of people into electoral politics. So I feel that electoral politics also is part of the problem, and I just was curious to hear reactions on that. Thank you.
Yeah. So sorry, just before we go to the next, there's a correction from Bong. He's saying, sorry, revolutionary mass movement, not just by the theorists and the intellectuals, because of course we also need the intellectuals in all other forms of to support that revolution of the mass movement. So yeah. The next question, please.
Thank you. I really resonated with the argument of Professor Docena earlier that our multilateral institutions is only as strong as our member states. So we can see in the world right now that the leaders like the United States, countries in the European Union, we're seeing a decline in their power and their influence. And the influence is being transferred over to like emerging powers like China and India. So what my question is, what do you think our future multilateral world order will look like if that's the case? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have the first that set of questions. So anyone from our speakers who wants to answer first? Maybe Kamal, since you have to leave already.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, Kamal, we cannot hear you again. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so the US is basically defaulting in favor of China. China is emerging as the major beneficiary in the multilateral system, whether it be the UN or the WTO. China now accounts for 20% of the core assessed contributions of the United Nations. And I have argued that if the middle powers who really believe in multilateralism, like the European Union members, as well as countries like Australia, Canada, New Zealand, as well as some of the BRICS members, they need to put their money where their mouth is so that this transfer of power from the United States, which is defaulting, does not move seamlessly to China. This is a challenge that these countries have to deal with right now. Unfortunately, many of the Europeans, including the UK, have also been cutting their resources. I absolutely agree that the UN can only be what its member states allow it to be. If you want to transform the UN, you have to transform the member states first, as Mr. Docena said. And so that has to happen at the national level and then get translated to the global level or the regional level. But right now, there's a real opportunity for middle powers in Europe, in other parts of the world, together with some of the BRICS, who truly believe in the rule of international law, in the UN Charter, to come together to fill the gap. Otherwise, you are essentially transferring this to China, which is already contributing 20% of the core resources, but it's not going to do this for free. It is going to want more and more senior positions in the United Nations. And, I think that there is a possibility for a coalition, which is essentially North-South, to come together to try and stop this and plug the gap.
Thank you, Kamal. So, can we hear from our other panelists? Okay, Boa first.
I want to say maybe two things. First thing is that one of the issues that I don't think we have discussed here today about the nature of the current multilateral arrangement is that it has been captured by capital, right? And I mean, I've been to a few processes in Geneva. Joseph, you will be reminded we were together in the context of the global campaign there, where we were asking, why is business here trying to influence a debate about regulating them? I mean, like, who voted for them to be there, having a floor to speak and influence a text that aims to regulate them? I think that's a cancer that multilateral platforms have, which is to allow capital and corporations to have a say. I think that should not be allowed. And that's not an anti-democratic statement. I think, democracy is about representing people, and nobody elected Monsantos and Cargills to sit there. That's one thing I wanted to say. The other thing is to do with, what someone said about like the challenge about, around organizing the working people. We're not doing what the Brazilian call trabalho de base, like grassroots organizing. And I think that's pretty much true. And I think that a mistake that we make is to believe that the working class, the poor, they are inherently our, but we share that social base with the far right as well. They also mobilize there and they organize there. And I think that, we need to be more creative about how we do that organizing work. And June Boras has suggested that if need be, we can also use some sort of progressive populism. Well, he says more than that and complexifies it more than that. But like, the thing is, the methods that we have been using, that the left has been using to organize the working people, should be updated, because it's actually very difficult to, engage the working class as we did in the 50s and 60s, and the nature of work and the ways in which. By the way, everybody has, peasants and even unemployed people, they have a phone in their pocket, and that gives the far right direct access to that social base. So we need to think creatively about how to organize. I think it's not only about the need to organize, it's how to organize and which methods we adopt to organize the social base.
Okay. Thank you. Boa? Yeah.
Thank you. Let me first address Kamal's comment about the need to build bigger coalitions with, governments, the middle class. I don't know if I understood correctly. I totally agree with that. I think we need to build the biggest possible political coalitions against Trump. Hello? And against the project, that Trump, Duterte, all these other right-wing forces represent. We need to build the biggest possible coalition, including people we don't like, right? And that we don't totally agree with. But ultimately, this coalition will remain small as long as it doesn't encompass the totality of the world's working people. And sometimes there are contradictions. Whenever you're making coalitions, some people will not be part of your coalition if you have in your coalitions the people that oppress them. So we have to be very sensitive as well and very strategic about the kinds of coalitions that we build. Second, I'd like to address Peter's point. I totally agree too that I think part of the reason why we lost or failed or didn't gain more ground is the failure of existing progressive political parties. I totally agree with that. However, I want to push it farther, because I think there's also been a failure on the part of those who were not part of these progressive political parties to put forward alternatives to these political parties. I wonder if we did enough to reimagine new forms of political organizations that are capable of addressing the problems that we face today. I felt like there was and rightly so, there was a lot of disenchantment with political parties. And for good reason. Many political parties tried to subordinate movements, right? Many other problems, undemocratic practices inside. But what were our alternatives? It's as if we just gave up on the need for having political organizations altogether, instead of trying to establish new ones, and experimenting, learning along the way. We've learned so much from the failures of, the communist parties of old. We've learned from the failure of the PT. Now, what do we do? How are we going to apply the learnings that we have gained from all of these failures of the past? I feel like the present demands that we continue experimenting, building up new forms of political organization that can then carry out this work of organizing that is so crucial for building our movement. Finally, I would like to address the question from the lady about what will our future multilateral order look like. I don't know that I can answer that, except to go back to one of our favorite thinkers, I think Boa's favorite thinker, Walden's, Antonio Gramsci, right? I always go back to these lines: pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will, right? If I were to use the pessimism of the intellect, the future is very bleak. Indeed. No, we face for the first time, I think more than any time in the last 30 years, we face the possibility of another world war. more than ever. With among countries that have nuclear weapons, Russia, China, the US, if not next year, maybe the next 5 years. It's a real possibility, or at least it's more scary now than it has ever been. We face the possibility of, if you have to simplify it, the possibility of the consolidation of what we can think of as right-wing nationalism, different right-wing nationalist regimes around the world. But there is an alternative. And that is what we've been talking about all along today. That alternative is the kind of progressive internationalism that we represent and that we aspire for. Which one is going to prevail? This is where the optimism of the will comes in. The future looks very bleak, but it's not inevitable. It depends on what we do today. It depends on how we address our weaknesses. It depends on how we recover from the defeat. So the future is open, I believe. No, but I am inspired and I'm encouraged by the sight of all of you today. The fact that Focus has lived for 30 years and will live on for another 30 years and more. I think that's a great cause for optimism. The fact that we're all here together and there are many of us around the world, I think that we will win in the end.
Thank you so much, Herbert. Dr. Surichai, please.
I would like to say that 30 years of focus and how can we look ahead answering the concern that we have had. We talk about each other in terms of countries, in terms of units. But we have used, I feel, we are part of a humanity which is not really doing its part enough to do something more responsible to this, including the next generations. So my part here is that while appreciating focus 30 years, and this I cannot say more, because in the world of very unbalanced knowledge production systems, focus has been really a very important mechanism and also catalytic force, to say the least. But we are not only faced with national leaders or our, national country, whatever you call it, but we are also faced with how to frame ourselves as a nationality, as a humanity. And I would like to just to say that I don't know whether you agree with me, but I am questioning humanity as of our joint concern. How can politics of the future can help us to feel that we share the same burden, same challenge? Power to be aware is more important than power to govern. I am saying power from within and power to work with you. So power of the kind that we can collaborate demands a new sense of awareness, a new sense of shared responsibility, where I think we are falling behind. I really accept what I fully agree with you in the core of the logic. Now, talking about focus as center of our reference today, may I say that I can humbly say that we still need to look into how we generate a new agenda that can bring the role of our learning across borders, why we need to strengthen the solidarity with the really people who are forgotten, who are outside the framing, outside the policy making. So for that purpose, I would like to push forward a little more on the policy engagement across regions, across our tables. For that purpose, I really appreciate focus that has helped this university and broader in the sense that we have not done enough yet. The responsibility of knowledge demands that we have the solidarity with the people who are affected, with the whole system we have created, but we have not been able to really strengthen it, saying from Chula side. So I just would like to say in the words of thanks, but even the word progressive, what should it mean in this world where we are living in a finite world? Even not only resources, but also in the terms of political commitment, politics, how we frame our politics beyond the usual winning over or ownership, but bring it to really balancing our responsibility together. So for that purpose, I would like really to see more in policy engagement, how to transform and how to learn and how to say, have the new generation of people in our exchange, including our continents, so that we can be a part of a more transformative possibility for a better and more hopeful space in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to all our speakers. I think those interventions are already good ways to conclude our panel at this point, and because we're very limited on time, we will then close this panel and then move to the last one. Okay, so I hand over the floor back to Gail, and thank you so much again to our excellent panelists. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Yeah, thank you, Bianca. Thank you, panelists. At this point, we're going to hear again solidarity messages from our brothers and sisters across the region. And also a reminder, especially to those who just joined the afternoon panel, we have a solidarity dinner after the conference at Patung 1 Princess Hotel at Chamchuri. You're invited to join, and we can all go together there after the conference. But now, we're going to hear from our comrades.
สวัสดีค่ะ ดิฉันชูศรีโอลากิจ ตัวแทนจากสหพันธ์เกษตรกรภาคใต้ ในนามของสหพันธ์เกษตรกรภาคใต้ ข้าพเจ้ารู้สึกยินดีเป็นอย่างยิ่งสำหรับการได้มีโอกาสสร้างความร่วมมือในฐานะพันธมิตรอย่างต่อเนื่องยาวนานกับโฟกัส on the Global South เพื่อผลักดันการเปลี่ยนแปลงภายใต้ยุทธศาสตร์สิทธิในที่ดินระบบเกษตรนิเวศและการสร้างอธิปไตยด้านอาหารสหพันธ์เกษตรกรภาคใต้ขอแสดงความยินดีเป็นอย่างยิ่งในวาระครบรอบ 30 ปีของโฟกัส on the Global South ที่เติบโตไปพร้อมๆกับการเข้าร่วมในขบวนการต่อสู้เพื่อความเป็นธรรมของประชาชนโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งการเคียงบ่าเคียงไหล่กับชนชั้นผู้ถูกกดขี่ขูดรีดในซีกโลกใต้ซึ่งโฟกัสเป็นกำลังสำคัญในการสนับสนุนให้องค์กรของเกษตรกรร่วมกับสหพันธ์เกษตรกรภาคใต้ได้เติบโตและก้าวหน้าได้ติดอาวุธทางความคิดและเติมเชื้อไฟแห่งความหวังทั้งยังได้ช่วยสนับสนุนพัฒนาศักยภาพการสร้างผู้นำจากฐานรากของสังคมการได้ทำงานร่วมกับโฟกัสถือเป็นประสบการณ์ที่สำคัญและมีคุณค่าเป็นอย่างยิ่งซึ่งได้ถักทอความสัมพันธ์อันเหนียวแน่นยาวนานกว่า10 ปีที่ยังคงยึดมั่นในอุดมการณ์แห่งการต่อสู้เพื่อทำลายโครงสร้างความสัมพันธ์ทางอำนาจที่ไม่เท่าเทียมกันในสังคมบนเส้นทางการต่อสู้ที่ยาวไกลเราจะรักษาความหวังร่วมกันรักษามิตรภาพความสมานฉันท์และพาราดอนภาพจนกว่าความ จนกว่าเราจะสามารถปลดเปลื้องพันธนาการทั้งปวงได้และในท้ายที่สุดนี้ชัยชนะจะต้องเป็นของประชาชนด้วยความสมานฉันท์และพาราดอนภาพสหพันธ์เกษตรกรภาคใต้ขอบคุณค่ะ
Congratulations to Focus on your 30th anniversary. It's a great privilege to know and work with Focus over the past many years. We have learned and got inspired by your work and leadership over the years. At a time when dissent is criminalized and NGOs and activists who speak truth to power are witch-hunted, it's telling that Focus continues to do what it should be kind of doing. Your commitment and unwavering support to movements and processes give us all strength and courage. Wishing you many more years of fruitful work.
Hi, my name's Raj Patel and I'm from the United States. But in fact, that's where I first came across Focus, was at the World Trade Organization protests, where it was an amazing organization providing leadership not just for movements in the Global South, but also in the Global North. And that's what I've really loved about Focus over the years, has been the way that it has been a beacon of decolonizing thought around the world and providing the analysis that no one else is brave enough or able to say. And for that, I am so grateful and want many, many more years of this analysis, were it not for the fact that the revolution will happen soon and we won't need it.
สวัสดีค่ะพี่กบนะคะก่อนอื่นต้องขอแสดงความยินดีกับโฟกัสด้วยในโอกาสครบรอบ30 ปีจริงๆแล้วก็อายุการทำงานเท่าๆกันนี่29ส่วนโฟกัส30ใช่ไหมคะก็ขอบคุณที่อยู่ดูแลกันอาจจะแบบว่าผูกพันกับโฟกัสด้วยมากๆทั้งคนทั้งหน่วยงานค่ะโอเคค่ะขอบคุณมากๆนะคะ
Good day, everyone. My name is Narumon. I'm from Social Research Institute, Chulalongkorn University, or KUSRI. And KUSRI has hosted Focus since its inception in 1995. First, I would like to congratulate Focus on its 30th anniversary. And right now, we are having a collaboration on drafting a booklet called The History of Development from People's Perspective. Focus provided critical voices for development, especially international trade and investment, which is very valuable for our teaching and researching. And with the hope of long-lasting research relationship between KUSRI and Focus, I would like to have a hope of solidarity among both our institutes and also the grassroots movement all over the world. Thank you.
Mabuhay! I'm Maita Kevin of the Legal Rights and Natural Resources Center. And on behalf of my colleagues, our whole team, we wish the Focus on the Global South happy anniversary, happy 30th anniversary. The Focus has been amazing comrades in our work in the Philippines. Thank you for providing thought leadership and for your great work with us in solidarity with our work with the Luyukan, passing for the Bangsa Mono-Organic Law Bill. We thank you and we hope to continue to work with you through the years. We wish you 3 more things, and here's my colleagues for the 3 wishes.
I'm Rolly of LRC. We wish you first a continuing courage as we continue our fight for our meaningful freedoms.
Hi, I'm Alaika of LRC, and we wish to work even more longer with you. And we stand in solidarity for all of the fight and all of the advocacies that we push for.
Hello, I'm Leon from the LRC. We wish the comrades from the Focus on the Global South resilience amid these challenging times in this era of the polycrisis.
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
Buhay!
Hey everybody, greetings. friends and comrades at Focus on the Global South. This is Ashlesha from Thousand Currents. It's a huge honor and privilege to be celebrating this momentous occasion of Focus's 30th year anniversary with you all today. I've known Focus for a decade and a half now, and over this time I've worn multiple hats and played so many different roles in the broader ecosystem of people's movements resisting corporate colonization. And if there's one organization that can always be relied upon, called upon for support, it is Focus. And so my deepest gratitude to you all for your unwavering commitment, your rigorous research, your grounded activism, and not just for the visible ways, but for the invisible ways in which you have shown up for people's movements that are fighting for real and just political change. I'm so excited for the next phase in Focus's journey and sending you a lot of solidarity and support and also revolutionary joy. Take care, friends.
Morning, my name is Zainal Arifin Fuad. I am from Indonesian Christian Union and also ICC, Southeast and East Asia. Congratulations for Focus Global South on the 30th anniversary of Focus. So this is a long struggle for you, and also have many success story. A struggle with social movement, especially with the SPI and also La Via Campesina. Yes, this is the big memory when we struggle against WTO, World Bank, and the MF. So we also conducted mobilization, especially on the 2006, 2005, linked with the meeting of World Bank and the IMF, both in Singapore and in Bali, and also the big mobilization against WTO in Hong Kong. Yeah, so this is a good our success story work with Focus. Of course, how about the next the future? We still have many challenges, but we have already have tool of struggle. Linked with UN drop and also UN DRIP, especially in how we struggle on the food sovereignty, agrarian reform, climate change, and any new faces of our enemies. So let's struggle together. Via La Campesina and FIFA Focus.
Congratulations for completing 30 years of long work of standing with the social movements across the Global South. Focus on the Global South has been a very strong ally of La Via Campesina globally, and the Indian farmers' movements inside India and KRRS in Karnataka. And we have had a very good experience, very beautiful experience of working together, because one of the things Focus on the Global South is very conscious about is who they are, and they never try to hijack the spaces of the social movements, and they are very consciously playing their supportive role, and very democratically playing their supportive role. And for a lot of research and for a lot of technical support, and for the intellectual support, we rely upon Focus on the Global South. And thanks for doing this work. Congratulations.
I'm Anuka De Silva. I'm a women peasant farmer in Sri Lanka, and also I'm representing International Coordination Committee of La Via Campesina. I'm glad to say my greetings to the Focus on Global South, because it's like an amazing time. You work last 30 years to bring a lot of efforts to the thinking about the peasant perspective, and especially that's a real good collaboration. as with the Lavia Campesina and also the focus on Global South, we really need to bring the lot of effort to doing the research, and the farmers need to that kind of support. That's the great opportunity as this collaborative work. That's why I'm really glad to say my greetings to your 30th anniversary. I think it was a great time. We have to continually fight together in the coming next 30 years.
ជំរាបសួរនាងខ្ញុំឈ្មោះលឹមស្រីមុំធ្វើការនៅសមាគមមណ្ឌលព័ត៌មានកម្មករគឺជាផ្នែកមួយនៃសម្ព័ន្ធបងប្អូនស្រីពីប្រទេសកម្ពុជាចូលរួមអបអរសាទរខួប30ឆ្នាំនៃកម្មវិធីផ្ដោតលើលោកខាងត្បូងកម្មវិធីផ្ដោតលើលោកខាងត្បូងបានគាំទ្រទៅដល់កម្មការនីកម្មករនៅក្នុងរោងចក្រកាត់ដេរនៅក្នុងឆ្នាំ2016កម្មការនីកម្មករមួយក្រុមដែលរងនៅអយុត្តិធម៌សេដ្ឋកិច្ចនៅកន្លែងការងារកម្មវិធីបានរៀបចំគាំទ្រទាំងថវិកាទាំងធនធានបច្ចេកទេសផ្សេងៗធ្វើយ៉ាងណាឲ្យមានការជជែកពិភាក្សារវាងអ្នកពាក់ព័ន្ធនិងអ្នករងគ្រោះដែលជាកម្មការនីកម្មករជាលទ្ធផលកម្មការនីកម្មករមានឱកាសជួបជជែកជាមួយនឹងអ្នកពាក់ព័ន្ធហើយក៏ទទួលបាននូវយុត្តិធម៌សេដ្ឋកិច្ចសម្រាប់ពួកគេហើយនាងខ្ញុំនៅតែសង្ឃឹមយ៉ាងមុតមាំថាកម្មវិធីដល់លើលោកខាងត្បូងនៅតែបន្តធ្វើការគ្រប់គ្រងទៅដល់កម្មការនីកម្មករទាំងផ្នែកស្មារតីទាំងថវិកាទាំងធនធាននិងបច្ចេកទេសផ្សេងៗដើម្បីដំណើរការដើម្បីកម្មការនីកម្មករទទួលបាននូវយុត្តិធម៌សង្គមសេដ្ឋកិច្ចរស់នៅសមរម្យនៅក្នុងជីវភាពថ្លៃថ្នូរជាមនុស្សចា៎សូមអរគុណ
Colleagues, Shalmali Guttal, Saint, so yeah, we're starting with our last panel, and it's all about politics of rebuilding a public economy. And for this panel, this will be co-facilitated by our senior analyst, Shalmali Guttal, and our Thailand program coordinator, Kheetanat Wannaboworn. This panel will feature speakers from across the region. And to start off, I'm passing over the mic to Shalmali Guttal. Thank you.
Hello. I become Shalmali? No. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon once again, and welcome to the last panel of today, Focus at 30-Year Conference. So I'm your moderator of the last session with my co-moderator here, Shalmali Guttal. Shalmali, say a few words, perhaps?
Yes. So I'm sure all of you must be delighted that this is indeed the last panel of the day. Sint and I decided that since there were so many panels with men sitting up here, we would close this conference with women sitting up here, because for Focus, the future is feminist. And we cannot be a feminist organization if we only, I mean, nothing against men, but we do need to change the structures of how we interact, right? So back to you, Sint.
Okay. So our panel, of course, the name is The Politics of Rebuilding Public Economy, but no worries about that. We will make a link before we having the discussion, the conversation of our last looking forward panel of the day. No? So making the context a bit, so in the past decades, so neoliberal globalization has shifted wealth and power from people like us, from south to north, from public to private, and from working people to elites. So structural adjustment, austerity, privatization have eroded states' capacity to provide essential services to protect labor, environment, and sustain local economies. So that's why at the same time politics come into the sequences, right? Authoritarian governance, the shrinking of civic spaces have intensified inequalities. War, climate crisis, and economic shocks expose the fragility of this model led by neoliberalism. So this conversation, we would like to maybe ask a crucial question. How do we reclaim our public economy? Or what Shalmali will further elaborate on, describe what we meant by people-public economy after this. And let's imagine together how we can build a just, equitable, and ecological, sustainable future together. So before we invite our panelists, maybe we run the show a bit on, and then we invite them further, no? Or shall we invite them already and introduce them to everybody? Okay, so let's, maybe invite our panelists first, starting with the in-room here. So we have Joy Chavez, Janina Joy Chavez, they're joining us from the Philippines to Bangkok. Thank you, Joy. And online, do we have everyone already? Okay. And also welcome our panelists online. So today we have our former head of India office, Benny Kuruvilla, joining all the way from Bogota. Benny's here? Okay.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, Benny.
Hi,
yeah, we know that it's 4 a.m. All right. We have technology here. yeah, you are joining from 4 a.m. Bogota time, no? Thank you, and we really appreciate that you're joining the panel with us. And we also welcome Prabir Purkayastha. Hello, Prabir. We will introduce you formally later. And then, last but not least, Herman Kumara joining us online. Thank you very much. Okay. So the run of the show today, we will start by maybe inviting Shalmali to problematize us a bit on what the previous conversation throughout the day that we have. We'll have more further linkages with the discussion that we have onward from now. But then our panelists will also maybe have some reflection before we start the panel discussion after. Then we will close the floor with Q&A. Then I think, yeah, that's the flow of today's discussion. So without further ado, maybe perhaps I would like to invite Shalmali first to problematize and then connect us with what is relevant for the discussion throughout the day and what we meant by people-public economies.
Okay, thank you, Sindh. So I just made a few notes based on the discussions today. I don't have an answer. I never have answers. I always have lots of questions, which is sort of my job, I think. My role is to trouble everybody. So, but first, one clarification that I would like to make is that when we say public economy, we're not talking about a governmental economy. I think the word public often denotes governmental, no? But, and nor do we mean an economy controlled by governments, no? But what we mean is people's economies. And these people's economies take many avatars, many forms. There are solidarity economies, there are feminist economies. I met some Palestinian activists about 10 days ago who were saying that what they are doing is resistance economies, because even just survival is resistance, no? And that resistance is extremely important. And what is it, so when we talked about what solidarity means, they said, well, solidarity means that you support our resistance economy. And I think many social movements practice resistance economies because they're being kicked off their lands, workers are being attacked, and so on. So they build their own mutual support systems and so on. And of course, the idea is that we rebuild economies or revitalize and reclaim economies through, that work for everyone, and that are economies that are free of corporate control and concentration. They're deprivatized economies, because we've been talking a lot about globalization, financial and economic globalization, and so on. And of course, we are very conscious that these people's economies that are deprivatized economies are economies where we have the public sector or the public system working with people. So instead of public-private partnerships, you have public-people partnerships. How does that work in terms of cooperatives, people's associations, and so on? So try to think outside the box and say, okay, how do we not go back to the same old system that we had? How do we change? How do we make a radical change in structure and system? No? And of course, these are very political. These are very political issues. There's nothing technical about it, and that's why we call this last panel the politics of rebuilding a public economy. Now, the previous panel, there were some important points and questions that were triggered in my mind. So let me just quickly go through them. And these are all related to how we were trying to think of the conceptualization. When we're thinking of a public people's economy, what do we mean? So one is the centrality of food sovereignty, agrarian reform, workers' rights, working people's rights, human and collective rights and freedoms, and knowledge systems. Not just one knowledge, but not the diversity of knowledge systems and the dialogue between knowledge systems. And also a point that Herbert made very importantly, that knowledge has to be actionable. So just having knowledge for knowledge's sake doesn't work. So the centrality of all that in rebuilding and reviving, then broader conceptualization of the commons, so that people tend to think of commons as perhaps only grazing lands or forests, but commons are much broader, as Prabir will tell us. He's written a whole book about it, so he can tell us some more about that. The importance of participatory democracy and the participation of working people and social movements in actually making those regulatory systemic changes that are needed to transform systemically our economic and financial systems, resistance to fascism, to anti-authoritarianism, to anti-democratic forces, and then, of course, to oppressive financial and economic systems. And then when we reflect on how globalization has developed over the past few decades, and then the political economic conjuncture that we are in now at present, one issue that's come up throughout the day is South-South solidarity and internationalism. But what do they actually mean in this current conjuncture when we're questioning the concept of what might be the global South, when countries of the South have such different political, economic priorities and conditions and so on? And then how a question that Chandru raised in the earlier panel, that when countries are weighed down by chronic indebtedness, by balance of payments issues, and then financial inequality, inequities, and so on. I mean, and that have all sort of come as a result of the globalization of finance and financial globalization. How will these countries build and claim policy spaces and the autonomy of policy actions to reconstruct financial and economic policies then? If you're moving towards a different, if you want to really build this sort of public people's economic systems, call them deglobalized, call them resistance economies, call them whatever, no? So how do we move there? And then another point that was raised in that same panel, which was on the issue of minerals. And I think, Julie put it very well when she said that there's a lot of, there are a lot of hidden externalities that people who are consuming resources don't see. And in order to rebuild public services and goods, minerals are needed, resources are needed. And where are they going to come from? I mean, when you took a talk of mass transit systems, where are those materials coming from? And then I think in the first panel, people talked about sacrifice zones, no? Who's sacrificing? Who are the people who are in those sacrifice zones so that these other systems can be built? And a lot of them are people in rural areas. They are workers. So then we come right back to this whole issue of action that Walden has been emphasizing, and Bo and Walden, everybody have been emphasizing through the day. So as you can see, I have a lot of questions to put forward in terms of problematizing what a public people's economy would be. And I think that's perhaps, from my side, a much more important issue to reflect on than only thinking about what Focus's research agenda should be. So I'm sure our panelists will help us to respond to these.
Thank you, Shalmali, for, I think, open up and then, maybe help us think a little bit more about dimensions of what we should discuss further on in rebuilding public economies. No? So coming up, back to our panelists today, and I would like to also maybe provide the details, like formal introduction to you all, like who we're having at the floor today in meeting room and also online. And we have here Joy Chavez. So Joy is a founding trustee of the Philippine Think Tank Action of Economic Reforms, or AER, and coordinator of its industrial policy unit. So she works on the political economy of industrial policy, the nexus of economic policy making and public health, the link between education and economic development, and regional social policy. And over the past 30 years, Joy has sustained her engagement in issues relating to privatization of essential services, the transition economies of Southeast Asia, international financial institutions, alternative regionalisms, and all her past engagement, I think more than half of it, is also with focus on the global South. So she was our former head of the Philippines and also part of the management team. And very good news, very recently, congratulations to Joyce. She's recently appointed the board of UN Social Research Institute for Social Development. Okay. So joining with us online, first, Benny Kuruvilla. And Benny was our head of India office and management board of Focus on the Global South. His work focused extensively on trade and investment, municipal services, And Benny also headed and helped set up South Solidarity Initiative, a knowledge hub focused on issues around South-South cooperation. And Benny still maintains actively advocating with focus at the moment on the issues of climate justice and industrial policy. And next, Prabir Purkayastha. Prabir is a journalist, writer, activist. He's a founder of the digital news portal NewsClick, our close ally of Focus on the Global South. He's a former engineer and the author of several books, including the latest one, Knowledge as Commons, Towards Inclusive Science and Technology. And lastly, joining online, Herman Kumara. Herman is a well-known human rights defender in Asia. He is the Secretary General of the World Forum of Fisher, WFFP, and the head of National Fisheries Solidarity Movement, or NAFSO, of Sri Lanka. In October 2012, NAFSO received the Food Sovereignty Program Award from the Why Hunger Campaign. In addition to this, 1997, the organization received the Margarita Dizaraga Award of the FAO for the work towards the promotion of sustainable fisheries. So back to the panel, maybe what we would like to ask further is perhaps your reflection of your own works and experience towards the rebuilding of people public economies. So you may share around 6 or 7 minutes. Then we can come back to the question that we asked earlier, as a guided question of the panel, when each of you have already reflected your own experience on this. Perhaps we start online, maybe? Yeah, so perhaps can I start with Herman, if you can? Or if it's too difficult while you travel?
You want to speak, start from me? Can you hear me?
Yes, very
Hello?
well, Herman.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me for this important event. So, as I'm representing one of the sectors of food producers, that is fisheries. So my expertise in fisheries, so that I will speak based on that experience, how to build up people's economy. First of all, we all are part of the whole neoliberal agenda, because fisheries became one of the major areas of so-called development process recently. Because now the exploiters have already realized that the land is already overexploited. It's poison. And to exploit the resources in the sea, with system, because they propose the blue economy as the major area of development. So the blue economy, it says more about extractive industries, infrastructure development, tourism, aquaculture, and many ways of exploiting the resources, even including sea transportation. So all are beyond the control of the people. It's not controlled by us, it's controlled by corporates, controlled by the governments. So in that process, we are the victims because we have been practicing the traditional economic system in the past. And it is no more people have any say, any voice, any power to conserve, manage, and sustain the resources for their survival and for the future. So one of the major important aspect is that how to take the power to the people to manage these resources as people have been practicing in the past. Because the costs, we didn't have any kind of ownership of these costs. We didn't want. The fishers didn't want. They expected to survive with the available resources, the coast and the lagoon and the other resources. But now the resources have been handed over, or let's say grabbed by the corporates, or handed over by the government to them. So in that, we need to think how we build a power to control these resources by ourselves. So that is one of the major areas. You see, now currently, our coasts are being occupied by the tourism and aquaculture. So what we can do, we think that it is important that there should be kind of coexistence here, but there is no such coexistence. So it's gradually people are moving away. And also it is because of this situation, because of this aquaculture projects coming up, the coasts are being polluted, they are being poisoned. So we cannot survive. So how can we control this? The problem is even the states, the UN system, they all are promoting this this development process. And recently, the UN put an agriculture organization, which is one of the major decision-making bodies of fisheries, and related with the coffee, Committee on Fisheries. They all decide that the blue transformation will be the major area. So our governments are just line up with that and trying to get the money and do the aquaculture projects as the corporates are involved. So in that process, we need to think how to ensure our customary tenure rights. So that is one of the major challenges that we are facing, and we hope our seas, our coasts should be protected, and people should be empowered and get the knowledge and understanding what is going on. And also, because of this extractive industries coming up, the mining, sea bottom mining is one of the challenges. So pollution is severe. So how can we control this? How can we engage a dialogue with the government? So we need the knowledge. So we need to get involved through the knowledge that you people like Focus and others are giving us, because this is something very important matter to fight, to resist, and to retain our resources and also our livelihoods. Because people think that these resources are resource grabbing is one of the biggest threat to us, but we are not don't know how to engage with that. So people should engage. People should empowered to negotiate with the policymakers, the people who are drafting the what you call the policy development programs, and so on. So in that, the building people's economy, though people are having their knowledge what is going on, we need to think how we can engage with the policymakers and others to resist and retain the resources. That is what I want to say at the first round at this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Herman. I think you have clearly addressed the challenge from the fishermen's sector, especially the present challenges from corporate-driven development and how to engage, empower, build knowledge, and negotiate with policy, especially on the customary tenure rights. So I think we will hear further, maybe from in-room, from Joy. Yeah, what are the challenges and what are the issues that you touch upon in rebuilding public people economies?
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. First off, a big congratulations to Focus for having endured for 30 years and still having the energy and passion to plod on. It is also a great time to reconnect with old friends and kindred spirits, many of whom I have not seen for several years. My only complaint with panels like this is you always ask massively difficult questions that are almost impossible to answer. But at least we try, and it is a good practice to always challenge ourselves to confront big questions that really needed to be answered. In recent weeks, an outpouring of anger erupted in Indonesia and Nepal and in the Philippines. The indignation against unjustified entitlements on ostentatious displays of extravagance among political authorities, as well as the rampant corruption in public budgets, led to people spilling into the streets, giving way to bolder expressions of disgust, frustration, and exacting justice. I will not belabor this point, but will just hasten to add that even as these protests even if as these protests eventually become successful, say corrupt leaders and contractors are driven out, jailed, and made to account for their infractions, certain allocations and policies are withdrawn, it will still be insufficient. The anger will remain and perhaps deepen. Corruption is but one facet of the problem, and in many aspects is but a result of it. The ubiquitous other side is the failed economic policy framework of neoliberalism. The two reinforce each other, and both must be confronted. The recent protests in Asia find parallels in the radical othering in the North, which Walden discussed earlier, and I want to use this to segue into a couple of, I believe, non-controversial ideas. First, neoliberalism has failed the developing world. Beginning in the early 1980s, countries either openly embraced or were forced to accept the neoliberal orthodoxy. The belief was markets, not governments, should allocate resources, and by opening up, firms would be disciplined into efficiency, and foreign monies and technology will come into specific jurisdiction. And economies would be shifting from a low value level of activities into higher value manufacturing automatically. Yet instead of upgrading, resources were rationally redirected elsewhere into what we would call non-tradables like real estate and utilities, and into finance, retail, and labor out-migration, which offered lower risk and faster returns compared to investing in productive manufacturing and basic production. Agriculture got stuck at the low level, and the much-promised convergence to industrial upgrading never came. Second, neoliberalism's failure is inherent in its framework. The predicted outcome of economic upgrading and complexity never obtained because neoliberalism rests on assumptions that did not hold in the real world. Markets do not automatically reallocate resources. Risks matter. Capital goes to areas with faster payoffs, lower volatility, and more predictable demand. Coordination is critical. Economic upgrading needs clusters, supplier networks, infrastructure, and skills, which markets don't always generate on their own. A minimal state is not enough. Therefore, the failure was not accidental, but built into the very design of the neoliberal framework. And guess what? Neoliberalism, sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied here, also failed the developed world. And this is where the concept and reality of the Global South is most resonant. It failed the workers abandoned by erstwhile productive industries that sought and found efficiency by relocating elsewhere. It failed agriculture that had to adapt unsustainable and ultimately unhealthy practices to create more value. It failed citizens when public social services, once the envy of the world, have progressively been eroded and torn down in favor of user fees and light government. It failed mobile workers, mobile labor, who spent years in training into low-skill investment areas to cover gaps, only down the line be rejected as job thieves. This global failure is manifested in the growth of political conservatism and xenophobia because the very same adjustments occasioned by neoliberal restructuring extracted from the working classes everywhere and egregiously deflected accountability from the ideological source or its beneficiaries. So if we are to confront the globalized failure, we have to reckon with a twin deficit. First is an intellectual deficit. For decades, of course, the technocratic training has been steeped in the orthodoxies of comparative advantage, scale economies, fiscal discipline, and market primacy. This intellectual deficit constrains policy imagination and makes the state and public institutions unlikely to champion economic reordering, even in the face of continuing structural stagnation. A quick note, it has not been just in economics, but a broader disciplinary retreat. The broader academic and policy community also contributed to this narrowing of development discourse, particularly during the heyday of neoliberalism. The intellectual deficit is also about the weakening of cross-disciplinary challenge, the erosion of political economy, and the loss of institutional spaces for critical pluralist development thinking. Second, the political deficit. We are faced with a political landscape shaped by short electoral cycles, weak and non-programmatic party systems, and entrenched elite interests on the one hand, and on the other hand, social movements that have been eased out of political spaces and have increasingly been marginalized and persecuted. This political deficit not only constrains more inventive state action or public action and continuity, it also limits the protection from sectoral lobbying and rent-seeking. Plus, it effectively weakens the defense against this. It weakens peoples and communities who resist, claim rights, and exact accountability. And finally, mass political anger would appear to be stronger and empowered, where they are more destructive rather than restorative or positively transformative. We need, and I just would like to add this, if you allow me. Herbert talked about the revolution and the need for a revolution, and I agree. I may not have the same language, and we would call it, we need a contemporary revolution to reorder economic priorities and political power. Economic reordering cannot be conceived merely as a technocratic correction, although it must be a technocratic correction as well to neoliberalism. To be transformative, it must constitute a contemporary revolution in 4 dimensions. First, it breaks with the neoliberal orthodoxy. More than a patch on market fundamentalism, it requires rejecting the myths of self-correcting markets and instead affirming public roles in directing resources towards long-term priorities. Second, it must be a democratic project. The active agency of workers, communities, citizens as co-creators of economic futures, climate justice, labor rights, ecological limits, present and intergenerational equity, co-ownership, the integrity of the commons, and inclusive access must be embedded from the start and not treated as ancillary matters to this revolution. Third, it must resist green extractivism or green colonialism. It must resist becoming a new channel for extractivism under the guise of positive climate action, for instance. This requires linking macro with micro realities, serving local priorities, cultural context, and non-extractive purposes. Fourth, we need to be reacquainted, Herbert mentioned this also, with the targets or the problems. We have to look at them with new and sharpened lenses and come to understand the new playbook. And finally, we must claim political power to build a capable and responsible states and publics. To assume state capability and public responsibility without securing them would be to repeat the mistakes of neoliberalism. It was a fatal error of relying on unreal assumptions. Claiming political power is essential, not only in electoral or civic arenas, but in the broader struggle to constitute a democratic state that is competent to carry out economic reordering effectively and responsibly. I wish we could really get into the details, and maybe in the discussion we will. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. So, I mean, from what you've said and also what we have heard during the day on the discussions of the first panel on agrarian reform, food sovereignty, and agrarian justice and commons issues, the panel that we had on deglobalization, and what kind of deglobalization we want, and the relationship between theory and praxis, and then, of course, the issue on empire points us to this conclusion that we are at a conjuncture where there is a demand for radical change. And then but then the issue comes up, how do you bring this about? How do you bring about such a revolution? How do we bring about this kind of radical change that is needed? Because policies take time to be put into effect, policies take time to be, they take time to be developed, and political systems come in the way. There's the realpolitik of actually making decisions and so on. So that is still an open, of course, it's always an open question, but I think what you've said points even more to that. Even, for example, the issue of green colonialism. What's colonialism for some is a necessity for others. And I'm not arguing for green colonialism at all, or arguing for that kind of extractivism, but mass transit systems need resources. There are there's a whole bunch of edifices that our lives have started to depend on in urban areas, whereas rural areas become sacrifice zones. So there's all that stuff happening as well. So let me pose some of these to Benny first, and then to Prabir. So Benny, over to you. Do you have any thoughts on these or any other challenges that you're thinking of?
Yeah, thanks, Shal. And yeah, congratulations to all of you at Focus. And thank you for this invitation to this conference to reflect on, 30 years of Focus's work, which, spans two sort of pivotal moments, right? One is that the conjuncture 30 years ago, which was the height of neoliberalism and the establishment of the WTO in 1995, and today's conjuncture, which all of you have spoken about. I'm sure the previous panels addressed those in detail, which is the current breakdown of global governance and institutions, not least of all a comatose WTO, the climate crisis, the rise of a reactionary right wing in many of our countries. So in terms of speaking to the politics of rebuilding the public economy in these complex times, I'd like to make some initial, sort of introductory remarks about the challenge and opportunity of industrial policy. As we know, since the 1990s, most countries in the South, like Joy said, avoided the pursuit of state-led policies, industrial policy. They opted to go along with so-called Washington consensus that open markets and trade liberalization would drive development. So today, at this conjuncture, you have countries like India, Mexico, etc., and several other developing countries that are caught in this trap. You have sluggish growth in key industries. You have a lack of decent industrial jobs. There's low domestic innovation in these countries. You have a reliance on export markets like the US, and a mostly privatized, crony capitalist industrial sector dominated either by foreign or domestic MNCs. But today, as many of us know, industrial policy is back on the agenda. Between 2017 and 2024, global industrial policy actions by states increased by approximately 400%. A research group called the GTA, the Global Trade Alert, documented more than 2,500 industrial policy actions in 2023, more than half of them from the US, Europe, and China. And the GTA's latest roundup for last month, which is August 2025, mentions 600 new trade and industrial policy interventions that are anti-free trade. And just to give you a concrete example, on August 22nd, which is just a month ago, the US government acquired a 10% stake in Intel Corporation worth $9 billion. And this government investment in Intel is to strengthen domestic production, create US jobs and support Intel's, global comeback. And the Trump administration's Department of Defense also took a 15% stake in MP Materials, which is a rare earth company, which made Pentagon its largest shareholder. So clearly, state capitalism is the name of the game in the US. And interestingly, many Republicans have opposed these policies of Trump, whereas Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, two left-leaning Democrats, have supported the Trump move. And developing countries are also enacting more interventionist policies, especially around the new buzzword of green industrialization linked to renewable energy production and critical minerals extraction. And as everyone knows, China is the global leader in green industrialization and so-called clean tech investment. And so despite the recent talk of Western onshoring, in 2024, 76% of global green tech factory investment, which is solar, lithium, and wind, was in China. And this was 3 times all the other countries combined, according to data from Bloomberg New Energy. So, of course, the current renaissance in industrial policy has its challenges. It continues to largely be driven exclusively by governments and corporate interests, and is also replicating familiar models of extractivism, which the previous speaker also mentioned. Now, the question for us is this new normalization of industrial policy, after its sort of being in the wilderness for more than 3 decades, can it be an opportunity for developing countries to learn from the lessons of the past and forge a new model of industrial development that can create decent jobs, better public services, lead to poverty reduction, and also lead to green industrial pathways that deliver, environmental justice as well? And I think what we should remember is that this is a moment of global policy and coherence. In economic and financial governance, it's going to be a phase of unsettled development norms in which policy experimentation is possible, in which a mix of bilateral, regional, and issue-specific South-South groupings will be used. They're already being used to advance the interests of developing countries. And I think this moment of policy incoherence is also a time of opportunity for trade unions, social movements, and civil society organizations to proactively intervene in the area of industrial policy and to push visions of a public economy, rather than leave the space of industrial and green industrial policy to the exclusive mandates of governments and corporations. So these are just some initial thoughts on that, and I guess in the next segment, we can try and answer the questions that the panel set out. Thank you.
Maybe we can hear further from Prabir.
Okay. So I think with the 3 speakers already have made the topic even more complex than it was. So for me, I'm a little worried that if I'm going to say anything that makes sense anymore to what they've already said. So let me set out a more narrow scope for myself and talk about really, let's look at the world slightly differently than the way we are looking at the moment. And think about that in very large terms, there have been 3 shifts that we can see. One is the fall of colonialism. And I think for people of my age, who came of age really post-Indian independence for me, but also the decolonization of the world, the Vietnam War, all of this meant that we were looking at how can we have a different world than what we have seen till now. And that world, which we were wanting to change, which we did change, through decolonization was a world in which a handful of countries, and still are very powerful, controlled 80%, 85% of the population of the world. Now, that has changed. And post this decolonization, we also had essentially what were seen as two military blocs, but the third bloc was also very large, which was that of the non-aligned countries, didn't align with either the Soviet Union and the socialist countries or with the United States and ex-colonial powers. But this were the three blocks or three group of countries which existed. But let's be very clear, the economic power was largely still with what I would call the colonial and the settler colonial powers. Irrespective of the fall of Soviet Union, which made the United States believe that they have now the new imperium, the new Rome, they would continue for 400 or 500 years. There were important intellectuals who were predicting this. That has crumbled very quickly. And we have come now to a situation which I think is quite unique in the last 70, 80, 100 years. That from a handful of colonial and settler colonial powers who really ruled the world, and the last vestige of that was the G7, talking about the rule-based international order, and the WTO, which was structured really by capitalist countries, the financial structure of the World Bank and the IMF, all of it are under a sense of siege. And the transition that we are seeing now is it's no longer the complete hegemony of a few countries, as I call them, the settler colonial and ex-colonial countries, numbering about 8 to 10, which control the global economy. We are seeing a change in that. Earlier, Soviet Union did challenge politically the NATO powers with other countries, but nevertheless, economically, they were really not a challenge. Today, with the rise of China, also other countries, you can see that that scenario has changed significantly. And when we talk about what we see today, we are seeing really the axis of change focused on two things. One is, of course, the energy area, the green energy, but already we had Benny talk about it. And the second is, of course, the intelligence-based systems, which is really connected to the chips, to AI, that these are the two, shall we say, the major axis of development, and how we as activists, we would like to shall we say, descale the big imperial powers. How do you confront this? And where do you go from here? That is the signal challenge we have today. And I think that is something that we need to address, along with the other issues that have already been raised, which I'm not going to repeat.
Thank you so much, Benny and Prabir. I think we touched upon a very important question, especially for the economy of the Global South. Benny have also talked about opportunities within this green industrial policy and how the role of trade union and CSOs can maybe reinstate the maybe narrative of rights, of human rights and other like just kind of framework within this kind of way forward for our economies. And in the context of Thailand, yeah, for example, we see maybe more trends on foreign direct investment coming. And that's also touched upon maybe the urgency of the economy to maybe go along with like this green economy and the way that maybe our government trying to push forward that is necessary already for our economy to shift toward climate emergency. But in what way and what kind of cost or or devotion that communities need to maybe devote to sacrifice for the whole greater economy, for example. And what Prabir has mentioned, that maybe the challenge for the global economy in the recent year may not be as large as the political powers, but it's on the way as the new actors like China are rising up. So that pose maybe unimaginable and also kind of like in the maybe Gen Z language, a bug to the challenge that we need to rethink about the economy, how it can go forward. So maybe come back to our panel discussion. So we have maybe some more guided questions that you can delve into a little bit more. If, some of you have not mentioned yet, like what kind of framework, like human rights framework that you can help us put into when we try to think about grounding the concept of public economy within the term of human and collective rights. I think our panelists has discussed already on the issues of land, customary tenure rights, and maybe the importance of like grounding just framework within the economies. But if some of you would like to have added more inputs on this framework, you are more than welcome to kick off the conversation in this round. Shalmali, you want to add on?
No, the only thing I'd just like to add on is that it's always a challenge when we try to ground economic and financial policy in human rights, because the policies themselves are so abstract. It's often easier to see the impacts rather than actually design the policy. So,
I just would like to take a step back and focus on something very concrete. Sure, industrial policy is again on the agenda, and because of that, several, in fact, thousands of industrial policy actions have been done in the past 10 years. But it doesn't mean that these are not contested territories, or these are not contested sectors. And in the unit, in the team that I'm working with, we were kind of toying with the idea of carve-outs. The problem with the global economy is it's so huge, right? We will not win if we focus on everything all at once. Of course, it doesn't mean that we only focus on one thing as one movement, because we can be a network of different movements focusing on several things. But the important thing is to be able to see and work on the nitty-gritty, on the practical sides of those carve-outs. And we can identify, now I'm saying 3 carve-outs, because because pressure is mounting for selective departures from the neoliberal orthodoxy on this. And this would be on green transition, digital sovereignty, and preserving the commons. Green industrial policy, or in the green transition, because the urgency of the climate crisis and the global shift to renewable energy and low carbon technologies have forced governments to reconsider purely market approaches. Right? Around the world, they have deployed incentives, industrial incentives, coordinated investment, as well as really direction setting strategies to secure green supply chains, and to ensure that their economies capture value from the transition. And this is not this is not so controversial in such a way that even your social movements will work. You know, you can imagine them working with your governments on this. On the other hand, digital sovereignty is becoming more and more central, and data governance has put questions of opportunity and national security. This is our example. If the tension in the West Philippine Sea really heightens and China gets so offended, we shouldn't, the Philippines and surrounding claimants, shouldn't be too concerned about shooting wars immediately. That's not how they're going to attack. They will attack your financial system. Like your financial system is based on in the cloud somewhere. It uses infrastructure that your countries do not own, do not control. Right? It is hosted somewhere, and you pay subscription for that to work. You know, China cutting that off. Just imagine one full day of you not being able to access your bank accounts, not being able to pay your phone. You know, this is going to be chaos. Forget about even the physical utilities. China having control, you know, effective control of our national transmission system. It's not that. They will not immediately cut off your electricity, you know, the transmission system, because that's going to be horrific. But that's going to be a next step, right? So even before you get to shooting wars, even before they're able to, they will deploy their drones to hit physical targets. They will attack you digitally. And this is the security issue, not just in the Philippines, not just in Thailand, it's all over the world. Because you do not know, you do not own and control the digital technology that you use. And by far between the two, this is the more difficult thing to address, because how do you actually establish a digital infrastructure that you can control? And then finally, the commons. The steep competition for critical common resources, our waters, our forests, our minerals, our community knowledge, complex with the climate imperative and the challenge of people's survival, animate social movements and people's alternatives that are otherwise muted in official circles. So this might be the least technocratic, the least policy, you know, mainstream policy rich opportunity. But in terms of mobilization, in terms of engaging resistance, this is where you will get the most, you know, most bang, right? Because people being displaced, people really being eased out of spaces, and physical spaces at that, right? Not just policy spaces. So these are three carve-outs of political and policy opportunities that we can look into.
Herman, would you like to speak to this issue? Herman, are you there?
I'll come next after Benila. I will come after.
Okay,
Benila.
after. Okay, yeah. We can have Benny and Prabir, and then you can come after that. So, Benny, would you like to respond to this question about how do we ground and embed transformation to the public economy, people's economy, and human rights and collective rights?
Yeah, I mean, I think, there are no easy answers to these very hard questions. And, you know, for many of us, it's easier to critique, you know, neoliberalism rather than provide, you know, systemic alternatives, let alone how to achieve those alternatives. And also the issue that I spoke about, which is green industrial policy, is a work in progress, right? It's a moving wheel. And what I'll try and do is list down some ideas as to how it can be grounded in a public, you know, economy perspective. And these are also possibly research areas that, you know, organizations such as Focus can work along with its allies. The first point is that we have to assert that industrial policy or green industrial policy cannot be an endpoint, but it should be, you know, a means to a broader societal objectives such as decent jobs, environmental sustainability, societal well-being, and regional development. And clearly, in spite of all this hype around industrial policy, we know that all jobs cannot be created in the new industrial sectors of the future. And therefore, you know, we need to also focus on old issues which are not fashionable anymore, such as rural industrialization strategies through, you know, collectives and cooperatives and value addition to agriculture. And so this means that our work on industrial policy should also include, consultations and dialogues with the peasant movement and fisher movement, along with, of course, the traditional constituency for industrial policy, which is trade unions. And just to cite a recent, interesting initiative, as a counter to the Trump tariffs, in February of this year, the Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has announced the launch of something called Plan Mexico, which promises, and it promises to be a break from, Mexico's, very strong adherence to neoliberalism. I mean, which is why it's in such a mess with the US. 80% of its products are exported to the US. But this new plan promises to align, sustainability, social justice, productivity. It's a turn clearly towards state intervention. It has the potential to lay the foundation for a long-term sustainable green industrial policy with aspirations for regional cooperation. Uh, I mean, just to cite some points, it includes training close to 200,000 professionals through government institutes in strategic sectors. Local governments are expected to do at least 50% of their procurement from SMEs. There's massive financing for SMEs. And with the announcement of this plan, there's also been a creation in Mexican civil society to create new processes to critique, challenge, and engage the state on this plan. So it's bringing together researchers, trade unions, social movements, and the private sector as well. And the second is on industrial policy, rather than, again, sort of going towards the earlier model of South-South free trade and regional integration, we should envision an industrial policy that is primarily about domestic markets. And where necessary and required, especially for smaller countries, it should be based on South-South cooperation and solidarity. China is a world leader in green industrialization, and therefore joint ventures should be the vehicle for bilateral and regional cooperation. Local knowledge, for example, should be incorporated as a critical aspect of industrial policy. Community-based actors bring vital insights on equity, distribution, long-term capacity building. All of these have been missed out in the earlier technocratic approaches to industrial policy. And this is especially true in the case of mining, as Joy mentioned. The question of ownership and community control should be, core issues that have to be addressed. And even as we reject the privatization of natural resources, we have to articulate a broader vision of ownership that is more democratic than just state control. And as many of you know, in Indonesia, there's currently a debate around nickel mining in terms of its impacts on local communities. It's controlled by Chinese firms, so the need for more joint ventures to build local capacity and value addition. So these are all interesting cases that one should engage and learn from as these sort of policies become more widespread in other countries in the South. So rather than centralized bureaucratic industrial policy, decentralized and subnational industrial policies should be the norm, and how it can be made more participatory. And one of the things that's happened with neoliberalism is that state and municipal governments have been completely hollowed out, right? But they are the ones that are closest to companies, to workers, and they can play a crucial role in shaping suppliers, fostering innovation, increasing local sourcing. And also, this is a way to bring back the technical and financial capacities of local governments. So yeah, just basic common sense that industrial policy can work best when it's shaped by those closest to its sort of effects. So yeah, inclusion shouldn't be optional. Democratic participation should be an essential component of new industrial policy frameworks. And I think civil society should go beyond policy engagement and consultations, the usual reactive way we've engaged on issues like industrial policy, it should not just be pressure from below, but how do we kind of design industrial policy from below? What would, yeah, an industrial policy from below look like? Can we develop sets of analytical tools to help groups understand the current state of play around industrial policy? How do we monitor and track and evaluate green industrial policy, to measure outcomes such as poverty reduction, job creation, environmental degradation, uh, developing alternative frameworks on industrial policy, like socioeconomic, impact assessments. So I think groups like Focus are well placed to create synergies between trade unions, social movements, think tanks, and academics. So, I mean, just to underline again that industrial policy should not be left as it was earlier during the dirigious period prior to neoliberalism as a domain of governments and firms. Thank you.
Thank you, Benny, for stressing the point of building up the policy from below, including the participatory processes within. Then maybe we can continue with Prabir first.
Okay. Problem with all of this is too much of things to talk about and boring people with talking too much. But let me restrict myself to a smaller frame. Before that, I must congratulate Focus for its long and, what shall we say, illustrious existence. For they have been around for quite that many number of years, I didn't realize. But yes, that I think is very good that you also brought us all together on this occasion. So quickly, coming back to some of the questions raised, the question is, how do you build, as Benny said, plan from below? And we have examples in India. Kerala is a state, which means it has a certain degree of economic independence, I would not say, but certainly initiative. And they did plan from below. Some of the plans were created when the left is in power, is done by involving all the people. From below, the plan is then brought up to the state level. Brazil, we have had some examples as well. So yes, it is very important that in the planning, while you need a certain overall plan within which these plans have to fit in, there has to be also local initiative and plan from below, as you're saying it, but really people's planning. How do you do it? In that, how do you also involve trade unions, farmers' movements? All of that is an important issue. I'll come back to the other area which was talked about, for instance, digital independence, that China, for example, owns or gives the equipment to, for example, Philippines. Can they also cut you off at any point? This is something which the Americans at one point dominated the electronics which were used, digital platforms which were used. They still do. But what happens is they don't cut you off. What they do is they are able to spy on everything that's happening. Now, whether that, if there is an economic crisis of a certain kind, a political confrontation, can they cut you off completely? Open question, yes. They have the power to do so, but certainly they can infiltrate whatever you're doing and know exactly what to do in order to either counteract or intervene. So what is the solution for us? And that's where the movement that I am associated with becomes important, the free software movement, which is a part of knowledge as commons movement, if you will. That free software means that you can see what the device is doing. It's possible to audit it, it's possible to understand it, and therefore the free software movement is something which demands that all devices, all platforms that people use should be open to this inspection And as far as we can do it, use free software platforms where you can actually even see the source code and understand what is happening. Not us, but people who understand technology well can do that. So therefore, I would say in all this demands for participation, etc., that we have also the demand, because technology, particularly digital technology, is so important. We have also to argue that free software or the knowledge commons should be an intrinsic part of our movements, whatever we do. The second point that I would like to, again, Benny has touched upon it, the question of energy, for example. Now, energy, the only centralization that's really important is the grid. Without a proper electricity grid, you really cannot run your daily life for various reasons, which I don't want to get into now, because at some point you have surplus somewhere, deficit somewhere, and unless that balance out, if you have small grids, they're really not, in terms of economic and energy efficiency, they're not very good, they're not very economic, and also stability-wise, they're relatively unstable. The grid needs to be centralized. Nothing else in the green economy really needs to be centralized. The biggest wind turbine we can build is probably something like 30, 35 megawatts, which is not very big when you talk about 1,200 megawatt power stations, nuclear power stations, and so on. So given that, it is possible to decentralize in a very large way. The point is that decentralization, how do you bring in people's control? And when you plan, how do you plan that one area doesn't leave other areas completely behind? Those are the questions which we need to solve. And this is possible to solve not bureaucratically alone, but democratically. And that's what the political processes in the world are. So I see where you see half empty, I also see half full. That yes, I think more or less today, people have accepted, even those who are against this, that free software, open source software is the way to go. And even this DeepSeek R1 model has been completely open sourced. So given that, it is possible to think of AI also in two ways: big AI platforms and relatively smaller AI platforms like DeepSeek's R1, which I think cost 6 million to build. That's been audited recently. So it's not just a claim. That's been audited, and the software is being audited at the moment. And they have made it, again, possible to audit it. So given all of that, I think just as politically, there's a huge crisis of the state, different parts of the world. We don't know how that will pan out. But you do see, for instance, Trump turning United States into Fortress America, and how he can ask others to provide profit to him. That you produce, give me 25% of that, 30% of that. This is my due as the overlord of the world. So that economy is going to not succeed too long. But what will replace it? That's the question we are raising. And today, unfortunately, a lot of the energy for redistributive world, a more fair and just world, has now really dissipated over the last 20, 30 years. And we have a situation where movements to come together and build that vision of a world which will be free from exploitation or overlords. How do you do that is the question. The good news is the enemy is also in crisis, and Trump is perhaps the biggest example of that crisis, that they don't know how to get out of the crisis they are in, and therefore self-cannibalizing, if you will, or cannibalizing their partners. This is a sign not of their strength, but of their weakness. I'm going to finish here because I think I have spoken enough for today, for myself.
Thank you, Prabir. That's, I think, a lot of thoughtful, and then especially the big question on energy and how, on the question of how we can decentralize it. Then maybe we proceed to Herman.
Okay. So my whole question is now, the people who are depending on the natural resources, the farmers, the fishers, the pastoralists, and the food producers mainly, are gradually pushing out from their own resources, control over resources by themselves. They have been engaged such practices generations to generations, and this new agenda, the neoliberal agenda, is pushing them away and replacing the corporates in those places, those resources. So my whole question is how we take over the power into our hands to control those resources, manage the resources. This power shift, the shifting power is very important because current system is totally push the people away from their own resources. So in that, the whole question of climate crisis is emerge, and the whole crisis of food crisis emerge, and the poverty, because we know the people who are producing food are the people who are really living in hunger. So with that, I think because we don't have any power, we don't have any way to decide the prices of the food, the prices of our production. So with that, we are always indebted. So we get loans, but we cannot pay back. So we have to get away from those resources, get away from the land and coast and so on. So with that, my very small contribution at this moment is, if there is a way to build up people's economy while allowing people to control the resources, conserve them, manage, and sustainably use them for future generations as well. So in that way, we need to find ways how to shift this power towards people. So that is the basic thing that we need to think. A person from coming from the social movement, I'm thinking that terms, because all the policies, all the programs, even the UN system, many of the UN systems are really over burden for them. At the same time, some of the declarations, conventions coming from the UN system are also harmful to the small scale producers, which are the major, biggest part of the production world. So with that, I think, how do we resist them as movements, as people, as thinkers, as scholars, researchers, and also media people, to widely socialize, widely publicize this destruction, this injustice. So this whole injustice, the media is playing a role not necessarily for the empowering people, giving power to the people and giving knowledge to the people, but they are distorting whole scenario, promoting more and more exploitation. So in that, I'm thinking how to have kind of a common understanding, common platform to build up the people's power to change the system and change this process, and break this process and break this system, and to build up people's power. So that is my contribution at this moment.
Thank you very much, Herman. Thank you. Now, we have 15 minutes left. So what Sint and I would like to suggest is that we open the floor for any short questions or comments, and then we go back to our panelists for short closing remarks. So Peter, you already raised your hand. And are there any other? Yes, and then Walden. So here, you can take this mic, or somebody get him another mic.
Yes, along the lines of what Herman was just saying, I'd like to have us think for a moment about the perspective of rural communities on the green transition and industrial policy, whether we're talking about fisherfolk community, peasant, indigenous people, forest community, riverside community. All almost every aspect of the so-called green energy transition is creating the sacrifice zones in all of those communities, whether we're talking about solar parks, wind parks, new dams, nuclear energy, offshore windmills, lithium mining, green hydrogen, rare earth mining, deep sea mining. All of it is coming at the cost of rural communities. So I don't see the way that rural social movements could work together with current government policies in terms of the green energy transition. If we add the rest of the green discourse, like forest cover commitments, national park expansion, PM 2.5 pollution control, it's the entire burden of so-called green transition in general is to fall upon the shoulders of already overburdened rural peoples around the world, in every country, and it doesn't matter if the governments are on the center, left, or right, or democratic, or monarchic, or whatever different forms of government there may be. I don't see any variation in that. And when we move to industrial policy, I don't see much variation either. So, for example, the much celebrated Plan Mexico, which we just heard about, is opposed by almost all people's movements in Mexico because it's like extractivism plus, based on dispossession of rural communities. It's celebrated by all of the Mexican capitalist class and viciously opposed by all people's movements, and they also don't even discriminate. They say, okay, Mexican companies, but they don't discriminate between Mexican companies fully owned by foreign banks and Mexican companies fully owned by Mexicans. So from the point of view of the social movements, it's kind of industrial policy that only will intensify dispossession, contamination, environmental destruction, etc. So I just want to bring in that perspective.
Yeah, mainly this is to Prabir. And, it's great to see, Prabir, that you're, at least for now, free from the clutches of you-know-whom. And I think the last time I was with Prabir was on a bus on the way to Gaza, but which did not pull through because the Egyptian guy, Mubarak, caved in to Israel. But Prabir, here's the situation. When you talk about AI, the spin you get is that it's a race between China and the United States, and the United States with a big tech and a big platform type of development of AI, and China sort of, in many ways, having a kind of a guerrilla strategy, like in DeepSeek, but nevertheless, it seems like it's painted as a race. I wonder if, when you're talking about small-scale, community-driven development and innovation in AI, is that, in fact, a real possible way to go at this point in time when you're ranged against these two big giants that are really, with the United States itself becoming state capitalist? Or should we, as civil society and developing country governments, just focus on really regulating AI and put our efforts there instead of competing in terms of innovation but in a progressive direction?
Okay, thank you. So I think can it be very short, please? No, because what we're going to do is take any short comment or question now, and then the panelists respond because we have to close the session.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this because, the issue of critical minerals kept coming up. And I know in my session, I just spent my time talking about critical minerals. But let me just say that this idea that we have to mine our way out of the climate crisis, it's also problematic, you know. This is not the only way to go. And some would even say this is the slower way to go. Because there are demand-side interventions that we could already adopt at this point in time that would really cut into existing patterns of consumption, trade, but these are, of course, not the most popular options, and these are not being explored fully. So in a way, you know, you mentioned green sacrifice zones, and there are a number of reasons why, you know, there are more problematic issues, not just the fact that this is being put on, you know, on rural communities that are already facing pressures, but it's also a defense of particular energy-intensive, resource-intensive lifestyles by particular segments of society that feel that they can just, you know, pin their hopes on the fact that we're just going to make that switch. We go from, you know, fossil fuels into renewables, and we can just keep living the way that we used to. So I think that's highly problematic. And I think second issue here is that the question of technology. So there are a lot of places that are being dug up on the expectations of these critical minerals jumping up in value in the future. But the fact is, the end markets are not yet there for many of these technologies. And in fact, for certain critical minerals, certain firms are already finding ways to try to get those out of, you know, new innovations. So then, you know, there's a problem here because there are concrete investments that are being made now in mining that are so disruptive, but then this might not actually be needed. So I think we need to look at demand-side interventions too, because, you know, this may actually mean that we don't have to mine as much. And recycling is also something that has advanced over the past year significantly. So, you know, just to say that it's not just critical minerals that, you know, we should look into.
Is it on? Yeah. Yes, definitely, Julie. It's just that one of the things that comes up when we talk about technology. So where's the raw material for technology, especially AI? Yeah. So, but thanks for that clarification. Yeah, what I'd like to do is this. Let's take closing remarks from all the speakers. Prabir has a question that was particularly directed to him, and he will respond to that. But we can start with you. So these are now closing remarks. And so we're requesting all our speakers to keep their closing remarks brief and to the point, please. Thank you.
Well, I felt that we barely scratched the surface. I mean, the questions aren't even there, right? And I'd like to, because Julie is part of the industrial policy team, and this is something that we're discussing. It's, of course, we always need to look at different options like demand side management and all, but we also have to look at the world, you know, the world as a very uneven economic terrain, right? And some interventions like you know, very pro-demand intervention would be post-industrial, post-capitalist interventions. In developing countries, that will be most unfair, not to say that a certain amount of energy will need to be generated for certain things to be provided, for certain conveniences, for certain developments to happen. Of course, for us, the important thing is to reclaim those critical minerals so that you're not just a subject of extraction, and that you are able to dictate and direct how you use those critical minerals and how much of those critical minerals you want to do, right? This entire green energy transition has so many problematic aspects to it. Like, you want green energy, but you don't want the dirty production that would service the green energy to happen in your backyard. And so then what? Like you will transition, and then the others will absorb all the dirt, right? But at the same time, if you want to take control of that, then you will have, like for developing countries, then is it a matter of, you know, closing your eyes and accepting that some dirtiness will have to happen for you to be able to take control of your energy futures, for instance, of your and to direct how you you actually utilize. And the operative term is utilize, because for countries like the Philippines, we do not utilize our critical minerals. They're just extracted, and quite literally, they're exported as mud, right? Direct from the mines. They're not even cleaned, because the buyers are not interested in clean ones, because they have all the technology to do all that. So we're just a subject of extraction, and that's how. You know, for developing countries, and we're many, like those who you're saying that all these things are happened at the cusp of, you know, the backs of communities who bear the brunt, you know, all the negative things from all of these things. And even if theoretically and even actually you plan to do certain positive things, like more progressive things out of that, people will suffer. There will be costs that, and the distribution will have to definitely be managed. And this is such a huge thing. And as activists, we have to, and advocates, we have to really also have policy experimentations and actual implementation. There's no way around it. We cannot be just imagining things without going to the ground and seeing whether or not these things will work.
Okay, we're moving quickly now. We have to move very quickly. So Prabir, you respond, please, very quickly to Walden's question and anything else you need to say in a couple of minutes, and then we'll go to Benny, and Herman gets the last word to close our panel.
Answering Walden's question in a few minutes is not really feasible, but I'll make an attempt. Quickly to answer, the open source software allows you to see what is the code. Therefore, you can actually see what the DeepSeek's model is. And therefore, even if DeepSeek develops it in China, it makes no difference to what you can do on top of it. Second, the cost of running a DeepSeek model is probably about $10,000 worth of a server. So it's possible to run it, and even in the universities and colleges, because that kind of investment can be easily made. We make more than that in the university systems we do, and even small companies can do that investment, put in more servers if you're a little bigger, and so on, because the real battle is not the server, not the software, not the model, but what the services you could do with it, and that's where the real money, the business model, is supposed to address. Now, that's what the real battle is over. And that's why OpenAI wants to spend $10 billion. Well, if you can do it at a much lower scale, then you're still in the race, you're still in the game. And I think that's important. And therefore, the issue is not the model who has built it, but is it open sourced or not? And it is forcing. In fact, the DeepSeek model is forcing a lot of the other models also to be open sourced, and even the data on which it has been built to be open sourced. And I think, therefore, catching up, descaling it, do you get lower scales, what you want to do with it is feasible. I'll end here. That's my answer to Walden, and I will not address the other questions.
Thank you, Prabir. Benny? Any closing remarks? Last 1 minute closing remark.
I mean, thanks, Shal. I mean, just to say that, I mean, I agree with Peter. And like I said, that Plan Mexico, there's been a response from Mexican civil society to critique, challenge, but also engage on it. And like I said, there are some, positive aspects to it. But, this whole green industrial policy is going to happen. And even as we critique and challenge, we also need, as civil society that works in the global south, to articulate what we think an industrial policy from below can look like. And like Shal had mentioned earlier, we need more public transport in the south, we need more hospitals, we need more decent factory jobs, we need agro-processing. And I think, as critical think tanks, we need to build our own capacity, create our own frameworks. And without pressure from below, governments are notorious, right? They're going to do what they want. India, for instance, supposedly has an industrial policy, the PLI, the sort of production link incentives, which is supposed to be a big success if you look at any government document. But how much of that is based on imports? How much is what's happening to workers in the pharma factories in Himachal Pradesh? It's horrendous work conditions. A lot of it is being imported from China in terms of pharmaceutical products, the solar panels. I think it's a moment where we need to, of course, engage in critique on all of these, but also work with our allies to articulate what a progressive industrial policy from below will look like. And with peasants and fish workers, like you just said, we need to engage with
Thank you,
them as we
Benny.
work on these issues.
Thank you, Benny. Now, Herman, you have the last word on this to close our.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. And I always thinking that how the technology could help to bring people together, to empower them to face the challenges or resist the exploitation and these exploitative structures always. So in that context, I'm thinking about AI or any kind of technology could help us. So the most difficult task that we are facing right now is that bringing the people together to build up the resistance movement, because it is not easy task, because we are divided, we are diverse, we are heterogeneous, so that we are having a lot of divisions to divide, and it is easy to the exploiters to exploit us. So in that, I'm thinking how we use these technologies for the betterment of the people. So thank you, Shalmali.
Thank you, Herman, and all the panelists. I think we just start off the conversation, and then I think we have planned for the next 30 years already that we will be continue on the next fora, for example, I think. So now I think we return the panel back to the main coordinators of today. Not yet?
We'll have a quick photo with panel 3, Boa. And please open your videos, Herman, Prabir, Bianca, Rohan, Boa, and Herbert. Ajahn Surichai, if you're still here, yeah, please. Globalize hope. Globalize the struggle. Globalize hope. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right. So thank you, Benny. We've reached that part that we concluded the panel sessions, and I'm calling now my wonderful colleague, Anusha Lal, our head of Bangkok office, regional office here, our local host, to give not really like a synthesis or even an attempt to capture everything from the morning until the afternoon, but just to give you some key takeaways and hopefully that resonates, some points that resonates with everyone. And some key highlights that we can continue discussing as we move forward with our collective struggles. So without further ado, Anusha.
Thank you so much. And as Galil said, there's no way one could really pull together everything, but there were some points that I think we could use as takeaways, far from exhaustive. I think some of the issues that were flagged and which would help with framing and certainly as a basis for further nuanced discussions as we go forward. For example, one of the things that came up, and this is looking at the different panels and pulling out some key highlights and clustering them as well, is the importance of land rights, for example, to start with. For food sovereignty and in the face of land grabs by governments and corporations, that is the face of neoliberal capitalism as we see it today. We've seen the reaffirmation that food systems are political. Also, when we see the current trend of the weaponization of food globally. One of the references that came up, which was interesting, is the shifting basis of class alliances that we see from the mid-20th century to today, where we are finally seeing now a more focus on working people both across the rural and the urban divides. The green face of the global and national capitalism certainly came up as a new form of colonialism, and this also has implications for agrarian reform that was brought up. The role of energy and minerals that underpin the mechanics of the global economy today and make it of strategic importance of state is also something that we need to look at. And this has implications both social and economic for resource-dependent states, particularly the developing countries that we see. We've also seen this accelerating the extractivist logic of states. And then we move to, I think, the whole discussion that we had in terms of understanding the trajectory and co-optation of deglobalization, which really emphasizes the need to nuance and reclaim what we mean by deglobalization. And also a reminder that financial deregulation that was imperative for trade liberalization was really the bedrock of globalization since the 90s, and which we see increasingly in the hand of the private sector. And also that the current financial structure, the structural inequalities that have facilitated negative resource transfers from the developed into the developed world. The question then that we've seen again, that has come up again and again, is what kind of deglobalization is it that we do want? And this certainly has set the stage for a more nuanced discussion of, are we looking at an alternative globalizations, is it variations of international cooperation, which should be very interesting as we take it forward and sort of deep dive into these issues. There were discussions around BRICS. Is this the real South, or can we look back to the energies that surrounded lessons from Bandung and the G77 from how it from the decolonization process to demands for the new international economic order. We've also seen discussions and a lot of debates around the changing face and disputed definitions of the global South, which links with prospects for South-South solidarity, and also led into quite a discussion of what role for the UN that we see going forward. And in this, I think we did see also a lot of discussions around, are we overestimating the centrality of the US in today's context? Because is it just a retreat, or is there something more to it? And I think one of the counters that did come up is perhaps what we should be focusing energies on how we come together to counter the current dominant paradigm. And I think it's also, are we looking at reassessments? Are we looking at new strategies even as we advance our understanding as it stands? And I think this was also a call for reimagining. And this led to discussions around a new multilateralism. The question of what are the conditions under which such institutions can be established, which I think also is something that needs to be attended to before we even look at push for structures, because the restructuring versus transformation debate also then looks at where we would be going. There is a reiterating of the importance of organizing that I think has come up again and again, which we cannot escape from. And I think seeking inspiration from the Hague Group, which was certainly one current example of international solidarity and coalitions. And I think that led very much to the assertion that this is very much the time to be building coalitions, the biggest possible coalitions across the lines that we could, with the sensitivities that this demands to take forward a public agenda. I think in the last panel also, without going into very much of the key elements, what was clearly established, what the public economy is not the government economy as we look at. It's also a people's economy. So we're looking at a public economy that works for the people. And this also makes it a political rather than a technical issue. And we see the tensions between the aspirations for a public economy and the dominant neoliberal agenda through the examples of the fisheries, the industrial policy, and even digital economies across various country experiences. And it must be mentioned that this is despite the failed policy frameworks and promises of neoliberalism, with the retreat of representative epistemic communities, linking also with the politics of knowledge as we stand today. Therefore, the need is for a contemporary economic revolution that breaks with neoliberalism to correct the market, reaffirm public roles, and is operated as a democratic project from the ground up. And I think that foregrounded again and again the question of how, which I think provides us new directions of continuing discussions and sort of articulations that we have going forward, perhaps in the next few years and decades. And I think what was flagged again, and this has come up as an emerging issue again and again across, is green energy and intelligence as the new drivers of development. But then again, we're linking these, like despite the optimism that has shown up in different spaces, it's also linked with the whole crisis of extractivism and critical minerals that we see. I think one issue that really didn't come up clearly foregrounded, but we're seeing it elsewhere, energy and the resort to atomic energy, nuclear energy suddenly becoming very much back on the agenda, which I think is certainly a cause for alarm. And I assume that should be going into more sort of analysis and pushback, hopefully, as we proceed. And all of these and much more really sets the stage for what we look at as a focus role ahead, just to narrow it down again, which very broadly across the panels, we are looking at analysis from power relations to the structure of the international regional systems and the shape of a future economy, reflections that we can enable. The emphasis remains on people and knowledge co-creation, amplifying people's voices and the voices of movements. The intention is to support resistances, build solidarities across local, national, and regional levels, and making connections. It is important to continue to challenge models that destroy nature, exploit people, and hand over control to corporations. I think that remains as a bedrock of the direction that one really takes. And continue to support debates and exchanges across geographies towards building a new and transformative agenda for learning across borders. To quote one of our panelists, we have not done enough yet. So I think that's where I'll stop, and I will request now closing remarks from our co-directors, Ross Sokunti, who's joined us online, and Joseph Puruganan. So, Kunti, over to you, and I request Joseph also to join us here, please. Thank you.
Thank you. You hear me? Yes. Thank you, Anusha. Yes. Yes. Okay. Good evening. And then let me begin. Co-founder and board member, mainly progressive guest speaker. Yes, dear comrade, sister, and brother. I'm Kunti, I'm speaking from Cambodia, and on behalf of Focus on the Global South, first of all, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Chulalongkorn University and especially Social Research Institute, KUSRI, that you are always and be with us and support us. And thanks to all and each of you who have played a crucial role in making the 30th anniversary of our Focus a resounding success. Your dedication and contribution have been shaped and bringing our shared visions to present and in line. I would like to extend my gratitude to all the progressive guest speakers on our 4 different panels, both those who participated in person and those who joined us online. I also want to sincere thanks to all participants and again, guest speaker and moderator. You were all chosen through a very deliberate and thoughtful process. We wanted to facilitate a rich conversation, and you truly delivered it. Everyone thought deeply about the topic and engaged in the meaningful and profound way. I personally had so many impact and moments thought through the day. I won't try to summarize them as it would be difficult, and my colleague Anusha, she already gave you a key takeaway, but I do feel that through all the discussion, a clear and thoughtful path emerged for people planning, people policy, working and organizing from the ground with new way advancing concept of food sovereignty, rebuilding a public economy, and strategies to achieve feminist and climate justice. I believe it is crucial, not a shy away from the conversation we have today. Together, we can create a greater impact and build a stronger movement. Let's continue these journeys by working unity, support one another, amplifying grassroots voice, and keep resistance for social justice. And sure, Focus will be with you for another 30 years and more. But last but not least, and thank you for all being there and for joining us. And thanks so much to my colleague team, technical coordination at Focus for their working hard arrangement at Tula Social Innovation Hub. Yes, and they also prepare the reception and solidarity dinner. In this morning, my colleague also announced that at Chamchuri Square, where you all can continue to discuss and process everything we had today. I will miss it so much. Once again, I extend my gratitude to each of you for your dedication and valuable contributions to the success of this 30-year anniversary. I wish you all good health, happiness, and success in your future endeavors. However, before I declare, maybe I'm not to declare the conclusion, but let my colleagues, Joseph Proganan, to share from his thought. And thank you so much for today.
Thank you, Kunti. Let me also say my thanks to our Bangkok team first and foremost. No, Anusha, Sint, Suntari, Mon, Galil, Anisa, and our whole program and finance team. More importantly, our finance and admin team led by Lynn, Mansi, Niripu, Net, for all their efforts and their sleepless nights in organizing the program, the logistical arrangements necessary to make these events over the last couple of days a success. Let me also thank all of you who joined us here in Bangkok and online as we reflected on the last 30 years, but also to critically examine the current context we're facing, characterized by chaos and uncertainty. Naomi Klein called it the end of times, fascism. The event also allowed for a reunion of sorts of friends and comrades, former staff members, longtime comrades, and collaborators across the various arenas and moments of struggles. Just as we value the insights and collective analysis that took place across the 4 panels today, and the conversation we had with artists and cultural activists yesterday, on a number of key issues and challenges in trying to make sense of the world order today, the need to unpack new concepts, but also to redefine or view from new lenses old concepts like Global South, imperialism, and even different notions of community and what is required for community building. We also must celebrate and value the connections that we've built over the last 3 decades and need to continue to make efforts to sustain and expand these connections with progressive movements. We have heard from allies yesterday and today, from their insights and interventions and from their solidarity messages, what they all hope Focus can continue to do. We heard the message of SPFT, for example, for Focus to continue to connect peoples and their struggles. This is a theme that also emerged in the cultural dialogue yesterday from India, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and the Philippines. The importance of community building, but deepening and expanding our definitions also of communities, including digital communities. And for Focus to continue the accompaniment of movements, not as a teacher, I think Bang Henry said this, not as a teacher, but as a friend, as an ally, an organic intellectual. We heard from a former colleague, Mean, the hope for more research that emancipates, storytelling and political translations. And from our board member, Peter, for Focus to continue to help making sense of the new world order and the collaborations, co-production of knowledge together with social movements. We heard the messages of Herbert and Boa to support efforts to organize the social base to build working class coalitions in new, innovative, and creative ways. As we celebrate Focus's work over the last 30 years, foregrounded by the seeming defeat of globalization and the decline of the US empire, the new challenges that we face today leaves us very little room, unfortunately, to pause. We don't have the luxury to slow down. The critical work that we all do as part of the bigger movement for social transformation must continue. It must be able to mobilize the younger generations, the Gen Zs and the Alphas, and allowing them to lead the actions necessary for the kind of upheavals and radical transformation that the moment calls for. On behalf of Focus on the Global South, allow me to respond that we will do our best to continue the work, mindful of the key victories as well as the defeats in the past and anchored on the lessons from the past, but also continue the work of amplifying and supporting movements and the articulation of people's alternatives. We commit to further enhancing our communications work, including the revamping of our website, which will come out soon. Thank you to Anissa and the team. We commit to continue to build solidarities and resistance and continue to be part of collective actions across the key battlegrounds, whether local, national, and global levels. To close, I would like to echo a message from Bong Ramilo of AMP3 said in the Cultural Dialogue yesterday. He said, in the face of all of these, we who fight for social justice, for a fairer world, must strive always to imagine our future, paint our stories, weave our memories, sculpt our dreams, write our hopes, sing our joys, and dance our resistance. Thank you.
The past, the time, and behalf of MP3, Samageet, and from Bangladesh, thank you to invite us to join in this prestigious session. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, check.
ওই আসমানেরও ছায়া এই জমিনেরও মায়া আসমানেরও ছায়া জমিনেরও মায়া ওই আসমানেরও ছায়া এই জমিনেরও মায়া আসমানেরও ছায়া জমিনেরও মায়া Kindly reduce the low, this মূল্য প্লিজ খোঁজে না তারা ধর্ম জাতের কায়া খোঁজে না তারা ধর্ম জাতের কায়া ধর্ম যারে যারে দুনিয়া সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে দুনিয়া সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে দুনিয়া সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে বাংলা সবার Allahu 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 Allah Allahu 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 Allah O বাংলার মুসলমান হিন্দু বৌদ্ধ খ্রিস্টান বাংলার মুসলমান হিন্দু বৌদ্ধ খ্রিস্টান কে ছিলে বামুন চন্ডাল কে ছিলে পাঠান কে ছিলে বামুন চন্ডাল কে ছিলে পাঠান একদিন তারা বইছে সারা একদিন তারা বইছে সারা একদিন তারা বইছে সারা একদিন তারা বইছে সারা জগত ভূমিয়া দেখি এক মায়েরই ধারা জগত ভূমিয়া দেখি এক মায়েরই ধারা ধর্ম যারে যারে দুনিয়া সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে দুনিয়া সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে বাংলা সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে বাংলা সবার
জগতের সকল প্রাণ তথাগত শোনালে অমৃত গান সুখী হোক জগতের সকল প্রাণ এসেছে মুসলমান সুফি দরবেশ মুক্তির বাণী শোনে সুখের
চৈতন্যের প্রেমে ভাসল নদিয়া চৈতন্যের প্রেমে ভাসল নদিয়া মুষ ধর্মে বাধা হিয়া এই তো আমার দেশ এই তো আমার পৃথিবী বহু জাতি জনতার এই পৃথিবী মিলিত প্রাণে তাই বলি বারবার ধর্ম যারে যার ওই আসমানের ছায়া এই জমিনের মায়া আসমানের ছায়া জমিনের মায়া ওই আসমানের ছায়া এই জমিনের মায়া আসমানের ছায়া জমিনের মায়া খোঁজে না তারা ধর্ম জাতের কায়া খোঁজে না তারা ধর্ম জাতের কায়া ধর্ম যারে যারে দুনিয়া সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে দুনিয়া সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে বাংলা সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে বাংলা সবার ধর্ম যারে যারে দুনিয়া সবার ধর্ম যার যার দুনিয়া সবার ধর্ম যার যার বাংলা সবার ধর্ম যার যার বাংলা সবার
Now it's time to sing with us. We will share our tune to you, and all of us we will sing these songs one part. Are you agree? Okay. This song is one of our indigenous community, it's Mandi. We made this song, the protest in the movement of Eco Park, against Eco Park movement. This is a part of ballad. So there is a tune.
Okay. Fine. You can join with us. This line is la 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 la. You can join with us. La 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 la. Let's try.
Practice time.
You are feeling sleep. Let's try. Let's try again. Let's try again. La 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 la. La 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 la. Ta ra 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 ra. Ta ra 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 ra. Okay, thank you.
Good job.
1, 2, 3, 4.
বন মোরগের রূপে আমার মন কাড়িল সে বনের কুমার বনে আমার পালক মেলেছে
আচ্ছা
বন মোরগের রূপে আমার মন কাড়িল সে বনের কুমার বনে আমার পালক মেলেছে লা 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 রা 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 রা।
পাহাড়ি একটিয়ার মতো বন মারি ওরে ঘর ছাড়া করেছে আমায় ওই না মিঠা সুর পাহাড়ি একটিয়ার মতো বন কুমারী ওরে ঘর ছাড়া করেছে আমায় ওই না মিঠা সুরে লা 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 রা 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 রা।
সটালে তাহার সিনা আমার তালে নেচে নেচে মাতাইলো আঙিনা তাল বৃক্ষের মতো দেখো ছটালে তাহার সিনা আমার তালে নেচে নেচে মাতাইলো আঙিনা
পাগনা বাঁশের গিটের মতো ওই না চোখেছে ফুটলো কচি লাউ মুখে তার চাঁদের হাসিছে পাগনা বাঁশের গিটের মতো ওই না চোখেছে ফুটলো কচি লাউ মুখে তার চাঁদের হাসিছে
তুই ছাড়া এই ফুল বাগানে শুকাইবে সকল মনির কুমার মনে আমার পাহাড় ভাঙা ঢল তুই ছাড়া এই ফুল বাগানে শুকাইবে সকল
একসাথে তোমায় ভেবে মন থাকে না মাঠে তোর ফুলের গন্ধে মাতাল তন্দ্রাতে বল কুমারী তোমায় ভেবে মন থাকে না মাঠে তোর ফুলের গন্ধে মাতাল তন্দ্রাতে
Song.
Thank you.
Our last song, that was a song made when the Rana Plaza collapse. More than 1,000 workers were, died on this incident. We called it killing of the workers. And we made this song, Rana Plaza.
হে মানুষ শুনতে পাচ্ছ কি হে স্বদেশ শুনতে পাচ্ছ কি হে মানুষ শুনতে পাচ্ছ কি ভাঙা ইট কংক্রিট লাশে স্তূপের ভেতর ভাঙা ইট কংক্রিট লাশে স্তূপের ভেতর আমি এখনো বেঁচে আছি এই তপ্ত পাথর তুমি জ্যান্ত কবর দিও না এই তপ্ত পাথর তুমি জ্যান্ত কবর দিও না টাকার পাহাড় গড়েছো গাড়ি গাড়ি রঙিনার রূপের পাহাড় আমাদের রক্ত ঘামে গড়েছো টাকার পাহাড় গড়েছো গাড়ি গাড়ি রঙিনার রূপের পাহাড় কেন পুড়ে হব ছাই তবু কেন পুড়ে হব ছাই মেশিনে মেশিনে আমি স্বপ্ন সেলাই বইব না এই লাশে পাহারা বইব না এই মৃত্যুর মিছিল আর বইব না এই লাশে পাহারা সইব না ভক্ত পারো তুমি জ্যান্ত কবর দিও না এই তপ্ত পারো তুমি বেঁচে আছি আমরা এখনো বেঁচে আছি আমরা এখনো বেঁচে আছি হে মানুষ শুনতে পাচ্ছ কি এসবে শুনতে পাচ্ছ কি Thank you very much everyone.